Yo, are the servers up yet? Come on. Alright, how long are the servers supposed to be down? Let's see. Servers will be down until 3 p.m. Pacific time. Holy shit. Alright, I'm feeling an early one, boys. I'm feeling a crazy early release, by the way. Dude, remember the days when... Man. You guys remember the days when, like, they would announce an 8-hour maintenance and it would just be up in 1 hour? I feel like that hasn't happened in so long, but that used to be, like, super fucking normal. It used to be, like, all the time that shit would happen. And now it never happens, you know? Max, do you think Circe's circlet? I don't know, man. Yeah. It'll be crazy. Max, let's get some fellowship play. No. That never once happened. Are you fucking gaslighting me right now? Dude, okay. Max, you're echoing hardcore in YouTube. Huh? Like, specifically at... Huh? That... I think you're making that up. The Twitch and YouTube are getting the same broadcast, so... What the fuck? Someone in Twitch chat, when they said that, said, yeah, you definitely are. And so I saw 2 people saying it, so I thought I didn't get one guide. But it turns out, he said that... This guy says, you're echoing hardcore into YouTube. I said, really? And he goes, that definitely happened. And then I scrolled down more, and that same guy said, I have no clue, though. I'm just backing you up. Bro. You gotta fucking... Don't do that. You made me think I actually echoed because you randomly backed that guy up. Don't fucking do that, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, that definitely happened. No, I was backing you up about the server downtime thing. Oh, okay. Sure. Well, okay, I trolled myself then. Oh, wait, dude, is there drops today? That's cool. I'll put that in my title. Although, I want to say, I don't think putting drops in your title does anything. Like, when I've done... When there's been, like, big events, like expansion drops, when there's been, like, Diablo coming out, when there's a new patch out, during the Race to World First, I swear that drops... I've had some days with drops in my title and some without, purely because I don't remember there's drops, and it doesn't affect my viewer count at all. I think it's, like, something that used to matter, and, like, enough people are aware of drops now to know that if they're out there in the whole category, and your channel doesn't need to say it, I think. But also, I'm making it up, so... Okay. There's some people who get 3x viewers with drops. Yeah, my theory is if they didn't put drops in their title, they would still have 3x viewers. Like, here's what I don't think happens. Like, I doubt, let's see, if we go to, like, Twitch. So if you're going through, like, a category, right? Like, any category. Let's go to League of Legends, okay? Let's say there were drops out. Let's go high to low here. So if there were drops out, I just don't think... If some people had drops in their title and other people's didn't, I don't think the viewer counts would change. Like, I think people know where they're going. Like, if you see drops in someone's chat, or drops in an entire category. And I know this isn't like how everyone gets their shit. Like, actually, that's interesting. When you guys go to Twitch, how do you find the stream you're going to? I assume most of you just look at your follower list. And then you just go from there. That's what you guys do, right? You just follow her. Like, I doubt you guys, like, go to a game and you're like, who's streaming WoW today? You search maximum? Oh, that's so based. Like, you just know what stream you want, you know? You don't even need to be told. There's a stream you want and it's mine. That's so sick. Wait, Zico is playing League? That sounds pretty fun. Zico is so bad. Oh, at League? Yeah, bro. Dude, I'm pretty sure most people who haven't really played League before would be fucking trash. I'd be absolute dog shit at League. Be crazy. Tyler 1 talked a lot of smack that rank 1 WoW PvP is easier than LoL Masters Plus. I mean, yeah, who cares, you know? I mean, like, that's just a classic case of, hey, this game that I play, it's I don't know much about your game, but my game's harder, I'm pretty sure. You know, like, dude, that's like the most common take people have had ever. The reality is no one would really know unless you're able to do both. Like in WoW, for example, like people are like, what's harder, PvE or PvP? And there's like literally one person who has like won BlizzCon and is constantly getting rank 1 and also has won the race to world first, and it's Trill. It's like literally one person. And and as you would expect, he's like, it kind of just depends. It's not like one or the other, right? But obviously the people who only do one are like, my thing's harder, you know, because they have a very narrow perspective. If Dratnos had to take over as your off tank during the race due to wild circumstances, Liquid gets world number what? I don't know. I honestly don't know how good Dratnos is. I've never played World of Warcraft with Dratnos, like in a serious context, so I have no idea. Like, Scott and Yips are both crazy insane gamers. Like, they're fucking insane. This is no slander to Dratnos. Dratnos is probably sick. I doubt that he is as good as either of them. That's not Flame, by the way. That is like, I would doubt there are many tanks or any tanks in the world that are. But I don't know. It probably depends on the raid. Like last year, we probably would have. We fucking cranked everybody last year. I doubt he would stick out too much either. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played with him, but I doubt that like we would progress and he would replace a tank and then it would be like noticeably hugely different. Like, you know, I don't know. The thing is with tanking at world first level is really hard. It's like so noticeable. Max, is the race in a week? Yes. How do you feel about the race usually this far out from it? What does that mean? How do I feel? How do I feel about the race? Can you be more specific? There's a lot of feelings, I suppose. Are you nervous? Excited? No, I don't get nervous. Definitely excited. Yeah, it's super fun. It's the most fun thing I do all year. Well, usually 2 times a year. Are you horny? Fuck yeah. I'm bricked as shit. Max, have you seen this new Fellowship game? Yeah, we've talked about it multiple times. Max, how are you holding up after Dorky went to the bench? Huh? What are you talking about? Dorky was on a bench podcast episode. Wait, when? When does the bench come out? Like last week or something? It comes out today. It comes out Tuesday. Oh, shit. It doesn't even come up. Oh, here it is. The Bench Wow podcast. Dorky took over our podcast. Look at this. This is some W I don't watch the bench viewing history right here, by the way. This is absolute W. Not even one of them has been clicked. All right. Let's check this out. Wait, Dorky went on an entire episode of the bench?
All right, and welcome back to episode 31 of The Bench. I know that we didn't have Growl last week because he slept through the podcast, but do not worry, he's back this week. And how have you been doing, Growl? Saw you were able to actually 20-man HC. Seems like a very cool endeavor for you.
Yeah, so I wasn't here last week. I was...
Bro, did he do the whole episode?
Don't know. It's essentially...
5% healing instead of increase.
Fellowship and what WoW can learn. Okay. Trial culture and WoW guilds. Oh, that's a good topic. I don't have as little respect to myself as to react to someone else's podcast on my stream. But I could react to our own podcast because I wasn't on our podcast this last week. I was busy. So I actually don't know what they talked about. That could be interesting, maybe. I think Hopeful was on. I do have a little enough respect for myself to do that, though. Your podcast talked about guild trials. Oh, that might be kind of interesting. Yeah. Like, here's basically my long and short take about trials. Like, I don't understand why we don't do trials. And the reason why is when we're going into a raid, we can't treat a trial like a trial. You have to treat them like a member, or else they really can't succeed. And if you're, like, putting them lower on loot priority or whatever, you're just, like, hurting yourself. So it makes no sense. And then after the raid, we judge every member or what would be a trial the same. If you're not good enough, you have to leave. It's very competitive. It's constantly, we're getting better, right? So it makes no difference whether you're a trial or a member. Your spot is on the chopping block after every raid, no matter what. So what is the point of labeling someone a trial? It's completely irrelevant, right? To me. So we don't do them. But I know our guild's in a different position. It could totally make sense for your guild to not have your raiders feel like they're on the chopping block every raid. That's fucking stressful. Why would you do that? You know? I think in some guilds it's used to, like, abuse people, basically. You know, they get less cuts. They get less split gold. They get, you know, maybe less loot. They don't get as much raid time. You get, like, an excuse while you're evaluating them, which is a real thing. You are evaluating new people more at the beginning of a tier. It's just, yeah. trials are more of a social check too. Bro, you can tell if someone's a vibe or not a vibe pretty quickly. And the reality is, if they're a true freak, bro, they're just going to fake it until they make it. Let me tell you something, man. When Sang and THD, two of the weirdest fucking people I've ever met, they didn't say a goddamn word for the first, like, 6 months they were in the guild. They were just playing the little good boy, the good little trial guy. You know, the, like, I'm new to the guild guy. Like, if you really are weird, if you're built weird like that, they know how to, like, disguise it until they get where they want, you know? So, like, there's no fucking point in even doing that either, unless they're an idiot and they don't know how to do that. All trials and all interviews, people just say the right things unless they're stupid. And if they're stupid, you'll find that out anyway and you won't recruit them, you know? Bro, interviews are so stupid too, especially for a WoW guild. Like, who the fuck doesn't know how to go into a WoW guild interview and just say all the right things? Hey, new trial guy. So let's say you get passed up for a piece of gear and it goes to someone else. How would that make you feel? It's the best thing for the guild, so it's the right thing to do. Oh man, this guy's such a good fit. Like, bro, everyone's gonna say that, man. If you have a choice to do mechanics over DPS, which one will you choose? Oh, well, good raid leader, sir, I would choose the mechanics. Like, no one's gonna say the other thing. Like, it's so fucking obvious, you know? Like, obviously the questions might be a little bit more nuanced than that. Maybe some guilds think they're like fucking Google or something, so they try to throw in some super convoluted question to get some really deep psychological answer and tell you so much about them the way that they answer it. But, like, really, you're just a dumbass, you know? Like, it's not that deep, man. Just, like, recruit them to your guild. If they suck, get rid of them. And when I mean suck as a player, I mean as a person. Like, sometimes people suck. And if they suck, just, like, get rid of them. They transferred anyway. Fuck them. Don't suck. Max, we literally just ask, are you going to be transphobic? And surprisingly, half of the people say yes. Wow. That's crazy. They're just like, yes, I will. I mean, that's like, I mean, that in half of America, that's basically true, right? At least through voting. That's what people are telling you. Max, when you win, please rip a huge Minnesota out of nowhere. I fucking love that clip, man. Max, how do you think patch 11.1 will affect LeBron's legacy? It's so true. Max, you gotta hit the 5 big booms when you win. Bro, I will hit so many booms. Alright, I actually want to hear what our podcast talked about this week. Low-key. I can't believe Dorky did that, though. That's extremely weird. Weird behavior. Alright. Let's look at these, let's look at these chapters. We had a fucking Echo Raider on the podcast, bro. That's absolutely insane. 1 week before the raid. Okay. Hello, Hopeful X is the category, and then Og is dead. Okay. That's a fun topic. Developer interviews. Okay. Adjusting the raid difficulty curve. The hopeful mandatory drama. The trialing experience. Okay, I want to react to the trialing experience. Good job killing Zekvir. Hopeful's experience climbing the world ranks. Oh, I feel like people would want to hear that. Focusing on your parses. Oh, W topic. Wait, was this a good episode? This actually sounds like there's some good topics here. Dorky's funny story. Parses do kind of work. True. I mean, it's so true. Like, you can say, like, parses are dumb, but, like, they do get you places in WoW. How Hopeful got into Echo. Doing damage is a skill. Choosing the raid over M. Monster? Mythic Plus? What makes a great... Yeah, MDI TGP's after. That means Mythic Plus. What makes a great MDI and TGP dungeon? Okay, I definitely don't give a fuck about that, so we can skip that. MDI TGP without affixes. New dungeons. Tanks and healers need to be OP. Sure. The Fellowship game. Yeah. Being a mage, one trick. Hopeful's PvP journey in League of Legends harder than WoW PvP. That's so funny. We talked about that earlier with the Zico thing, which again is just... You know, I don't know too much about the other game, but I think my game's harder. It's literally that every time. And every time someone from another game talks to another game that they haven't played a ton, they just fucking make shit up. It's great. Or like, here's what I'll hear. Like, someone will be like, yeah, you know, I've done rank 1 PvP and I've gotten cutting edge. So I can tell you how hard, like, PvE versus PvP is, you know. But that's like the equivalent of saying, like, oh yeah, I've gotten world first and also gotten 1800 rating. But let me tell you about which one's harder, PvE or PvP, you know. It's like getting cutting edge and killing the boss in the first Mythic Week are two entirely nuclear different levels of difficulty. You know, there's very few people who are qualified to like truly talk about the difficulty of two different games unless they've played both of them at the absolute highest level. And then also, who fucking cares? Like, difficult doesn't even mean good. A game could be so fucking hard, that doesn't mean a game is good. Difficulty doesn't equal quality. Okay, I do kind of want to listen to some of this. Who knows? Maybe a little bit. Right now, I'm still just waffling around. Max, can you tell us about your raid prep secrets? Yeah, of course. And there's really no secrets, man. There's no raid prep secrets. Preparing for raids is all very public, obvious information. Like, exactly what we're preparing, like what comp we're doing and stuff is... You guys voted on your comp. You guys will get some chances to update it, but this is what you guys came up with yesterday. You know what I was thinking of a better way to do this? Is like, I feel like I should pick, like... Here's what I should do. What I had you guys do is go through, like, as an entire chat. And I had you guess, you know, like, what the comp's gonna be. But that requires all of you guys to feel one way, but I feel like some of you guys feel super different. What I should do is I should... like, go through my chat logs and see which one of you guys is the most active in chat. Like, pick the 5 people who are typing the most. And then I should make 5 chat lists and literally have them make their own list and then have them compete against each other rather than doing a combination of chat, maybe. Because the combination of chat is so, like, people can't agree. Like, once you start getting down to the last 2 spots, it's like you're picking between 5 different specs and they all have, like, 20% of the vote, you know? Most active doesn't mean most knowledgeable. Yeah, of course not. I'm not implying it does, but it does mean they care the most, and that's probably all that matters. Like, most knowledgeable doesn't matter. Like, no one here knows what they're fucking talking about, right? So it's more like just wanting to be, like, have people be invested and care, and people know who they are because they type a lot. Like, bro, let's be real. Like, 90% of you guys, your opinions on, like, what is going to be good, at least in DPS, is definitely, I can tell by the way you type, is like like the sims that come out that like compare all the classes against each other. Like, that is a metric used to determine like what classes are better than another. Guys, sims were never ever made to like compare classes against each other. It's to compare talents within your own class. It's to compare gear within your own class. The reason why it's a complete mess to like determine like what the meta will be for damage for sims is for so many reasons, but like 2 really big ones are Sims have varying levels of quality, and they have mistakes in them. Sometimes big mistakes. Some APLs are way better than others. So it's about as accurate as my tier list on my YouTube channel, where instead of having one person with a lot of knowledge of everything rank everything within context, you are having 39 different people each rank their spec at different times against each other, some earlier, some later. It's a meme, right? So it's like the same thing with Sims. Another reason why Sims are relevant is Sims are also like they're almost always 5-minute no movement single target sims, which is true of no fight ever. You could add a 5-minute pure, like a ton of movement fight, the meters are totally different. You can add a fight with melee downtime and it's totally different. You could have it, you know, not be a 5-minute single target boss like every boss ever, right? It's a total fucking joke. And certain amounts of raids have different amounts of cleave on different difficulty of bosses. And like, I don't know, just 5-minute single target sims are, if you're using that to determine what you think is going to be meta, you are clueless. Like it's a meme. And I know that's what most people do. Not to say that they like that can't sometimes be right, just like anything. It's just like the worst way to try to qualify that information. Max, next you're going to tell us that tier lists are not the best way to understand the game. Okay, you act like I'm telling you something obvious, and to some of you it might be, but I swear, dude, the vast majority of even like people that are tapped into like Twitch or like my channel, I swear some people may even say these things to themselves and they know these things, but like it actually does influence what they think is good. And maybe if not for any other reason, that people use parses to determine whether people are good. And it's not that they think that parses are a accurate measure of skill, in which they are hilariously not. It's that there is nothing else. You know, there is nothing else to... What else are you going to look at, right? It's the only thing. Until the content's out. So in that way, it makes sense. But you can use it as a, not the definitive tool, but a tool. Anyway, speaking of parses, I kind of want to hear that part. Maybe I'll skip to different parts. So they talk about Aug is dead. I don't really care about that. Dev interviews. Maybe I could listen to this part to maybe see if anyone is going to slurp the Skarsgård interview, because it was very good.
Including me and Max had one with Skarsgård.
Oh, so true, Dratnos.
And then Raider.io had one with like Morgan Day and Katrina Yepes. Not sure if that's the pronunciation.
Boo. Okay, well, not boo. That one's fine.
That one.
I don't know why I'm booing. They're great.
That one was like a M+ one.
Glaze Hours.
Pretty cool. And Raider.io like did a big write up on it, so that was good to see.
Glaze Hours.
Kind of some interesting stuff. Was there anything in any of the interviews that have come out recently that you guys thought was particularly interesting?
Have you seen a Hopeful?
The Raider one, I saw like half of it, but not too much. I saw the Skarsgård one.
What'd you think about it?
Skarsgård one was sick.
I was watching it too. Yeah, Skarsgård was awesome.
The Skarsgård one was sick, as Dratnos says, knowing that he was in it.
If we could have him on Potty Seat, that'd be amazing.
So true, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's a fan of Skarsgård. Mm-hmm. The Potty Seat crew has been.
Chat was loving him.
The lore behind it was like we've been trying to get him on Potty C for a year or something.
Okay, there's nothing here. Adjusting the raid difficulty curve. Let's listen to that. Let's pick some interesting topics here. Someone said to watch the beginning. Okay. Hello, we have killed Max is the opener. Okay.
Hey, welcome to episode 60.
I'm there.
Of the Potty C. This week, we've killed Max and replaced...
With a gun? And then I blew up? Wait, what? That's not even how guns work. Why did I blow up?
Hey, welcome to episode 60 of the Potty C. This week, we've killed Max and replaced him.
Dude, I did. I fucking blew up.
With Hopeful. Welcome to the podcast. Have we had you on the show?
Wow.
I feel like I've talked to you recently, but it might have been just after.
What if they just buffed the boss? Or like, because we were talking about the
backing up. It seems like
explanation of like why exactly they came up with that whole system. But there was one thing that actually was interesting that Skarsgård said. Like, what if they just buffed the boss, or like, because we were talking about you guys were talking about the difficulty curve, right? And he said, maybe not nerfing Ovanax or Kaiveza was the right move, and maybe it was better to just like have harder previous bosses. And in my mind, that was like, sounded kind of wild, because I'm just expecting like, oh, so what if this means that instead of just one-shotting the first 4 bosses, it became doing first boss, it's still probably like one shot, and then second boss probably like 5-10 pulls, third boss probably like 20-30, and then fourth boss Rashanon probably like 40-50. Like that would be crazy, right?
Well, he also said, when he said that, he didn't imply that Brood Twister and Nexus Princess Kaiveza were at a correct level of tuning. He just said that in both Amir Drasil with Tindril and in this raid with like Rashanan and Sikran, that made Brood Twister more of a problem. And also that is true, but you're doing 2 different things. So to make Sikran and Rashanan the correct level of difficulty to make something like Brood Twister not seem like that big of a jump, there's also another issue with Brood Twister where it's like, it's a bad kind of difficulty. Like, Brood Twister's hard for multiple reasons, but a big reason you wiped is people got a weak aura assignment and didn't go to the right egg. Now that's a mechanic problem. Like, weak auras make that part easier, but like, imagine that without weak auras, like that mechanic is just like too hard with too much punishment. I think that's for the 5th boss in the raid. I think that's like that's just like not great, but I've heard people be like, I've seen a few comments just every time this has gotten brought up where they just simply can't understand that sometimes you spending more time on an earlier boss or a normal amount of time on an earlier boss can make a later boss less bullshit. And I don't understand how people can't get that. I understand it's like a little weird because you're like, I don't like things being hard at all. So why would things being harder be better? Okay, so like think about, let's use the 2 extreme examples, okay? So Mythic Ansurek in week 1, okay? Versus Mythic Ansurek in the last week of Cutting Edge, which is this week. If you pick any particular guild, there's a chance that the boss in the last week of Cutting Edge, it's the same boss, is going to be more fair for their guild than the one in week 1 of Mythic Progression. Now, you're probably listening to this and you're like, of course. I'm using 2 very polar extremes for a reason. So that tells you that you can fight the same boss later in a patch and it can be fair for you where it would not have been fair earlier. So the idea that, for example, if the raid was just you zone in and you go to Queen Ansurek, it would be completely unfair. Mythic sucks. Why is this like this? This is way too hard. Like, generally speaking, a boss can be hard, but like you want to get to a boss at a point where it's fair for your guild. And that's the hard thing about WoW raid difficulty is there's a wide-ranging level of guild skill levels. So it's like, how hard should a boss be is really hard to tell because it spans over a whole patch, So like you getting to a boss like Brood Twister or really any boss that's like hard 2 weeks later because you spent more time on earlier bosses, that boss could require 0 nerfs and actually be fair for your guild purely due to time passing. So that argument has logic to it. It's just true. Like, that is the case. There's bosses you have fought that you maybe hated because they were so hard, and if you got there weeks later, it just simply, either due to the increase of gear or power or a nerf, would have not felt bullshit or unfun. That's just true, right? So that makes sense, but I know people don't understand that. But also that is battling with another very important thing, which is something that people really like this patch, and something that Dorky brought up, is that you can have the first 4 bosses be pretty puggable. Like 1 through Rashanan was like, you could get a 2-box in Mythic with multiple tier pieces like pretty early in the patch as a pug, which is, in my opinion, also very good for the game, right? And having that be in contention with a good difficulty curve, I think, is the problem. So this is why my take in all of this is I think 8 bosses is too little. Like, strongly believe that 8 bosses is too little. If not for any other reason, then I don't think Rashanan was way easier as a 4th boss than most 4th bosses. So like we one-shot Rashanan, which was honestly kind of insane because we just like completely old it and had no idea how the fight was gonna work. But like most people, Rashanan's official like pull count across all of progression for guilds is 10 to 19 pulls for a first kill. That for a 4th boss is super fair. That's not bullshit. That's like a okay 4th boss. And Brood Twister is the 4th to last boss, which took 100 pulls. That is, I think maybe it was less than that. I don't exactly remember, but Brood Twister was really hard, and it got nerfed, and it was probably a little too hard. But for the 4th to last boss, it's not super far off the difficulty of where that boss should be in a raid. The like, you know, last boss, second to last boss, third to last boss, 4th to last boss. The issue is those two bosses were right against each other. So my take is, I think there just simply needs to be more bosses ramping and connecting the difficulty of a Rashanan and a Brood Twister in between bosses 4 and 5. Like, let's say, you know, bosses 5 and 6, but then there are just 10 bosses instead of 8. I think 10 is actually like the good. I think more than 10 bosses, every raid that's had more than 10 bosses, you could pick a few that didn't need to exist. They kind of ran out of good ideas. Or the boss just fucking sucked, right? And I think 8, we've run into this problem 2 times, right? Where they're just simply, or we've run into it a couple times where not the amount of the not correct amount of bosses will lead to bad difficulty curve issues. Because I just don't believe, like, because you have to get from point A to point B, right? What the fuck is this graph about? Does anyone remember? Something to the War Within. This was about raid difficulty over the course of, I'm almost positive if this was on a game show of Potty C Jeopardy, I'm almost positive this is the War Within, and this was the beginning of the game, and this was raid difficulty, and I was meant to say that the raid difficulty has done this, and every time it's done jumps, and no one cares. This is an old conversation. Doesn't matter. No, D does not stand for dong. In this context, it does sometimes. Fuck, what was I talking about? Okay, I already forgot again. I remembered for 1 second, then I forgot. What was I going to talk about? Eight boss raids and difficulty. Oh, yeah, I got it. Okay, so we're going to do another D here. So D for difficulty this time, not dong. And this is boss. This is the first boss. And let's forget about how many bosses there are. Let's just say this is the L for last boss. L last boss. Okay? The difficulty for the first boss is all the way down here. Okay? And the difficulty for the last boss is all the way up here. My only take is, and I'm not 100% sure on it, they can prove me wrong, but every time there's been like an 8-boss raid, there's something weird in between here and here. And when you're trying to do this area here with only 6 other bosses, there's just going to be a massive spike in difficulty somewhere that doesn't make sense. At least that's what it seems. So I think the answer to these difficult, and we'll see this raid, maybe they do it well this raid or not this raid, I don't know, right? I can actually kind of tell you how hard I think every boss will be. If that is something that you find interesting, but like I don't think this is enough bosses to do this. This line is too steep, and I don't think the first boss being this hard is too easy, and I don't think this is too hard. Up here, that looks like a nipple. Let's not talk about it, right? And then all the time it's just like this isn't enough bosses. You need more bosses to do that. You heard me? You heard? All right, let's see what they think. I hit play and nothing's happening. And YouTube, let's work. And let's work. Let's just do what we're supposed to do, right? Let's just do it. We're all trying to do our jobs today. Let's just do it.
Pressure on probably like 40, 50. Like that would be crazy, right? So
Okay.
I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I personally like harder early bosses because it feels so weird how they just force to do the current tuning where like the first couple they want to be easy And then by the 5th boss in the raid, it's supposed to get hard, but the 4th to 5th boss jump is just crazy.
Facts.
Like,
facts.
this tier at least.
And if you need to know what he's talking about, you can refer. Oh, did I? Fuck! I closed paint. That would have been a prime time to pull up the dong nipple chart.
Rashidon was like 1 pull, and then Brute Twister felt like an actual boss. It was like 80 pulls or something crazy. They actually had to like make a raid comp towards. A lot of guilds were at the same, like, were on Brute Twister when the Race to World First guilds were on Brute Twister. I think something like that's not ideal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I would like.
There were people in my chat that are just like regular ass chatters. They don't raid in like a top 100 world guild, and they were like, "Hey, I'm on Brood Twister the same time Liquid is. This is not something about this is very wrong. like when a boss is this hard, we should not be on it at the same time as
Rashidon
them."
or Sigrid were a little harder.
All-time worst window positioning. All right, buddy. Where the fuck do you want it? I want it to be small so I can still see the realm selection screen, so we know when that shit's up. Even though when it goes up, you guys will just constantly spam it. But where do you want me to fucking put it, man? Oh, the chat's right there. Oh, dude, okay, you actually are right. You were right. I forgot. You guys can see the chat on my screen. I can't. I forgot where I put it.
Yeah.
That's my fault. That's my bad.
I agree. So first of all, like, Rashidon
Twitch
and
W,
Sigrid
Twitch
they're
W.
not necessarily one
L
full boss.
streamer.
Like, there are a lot of guilds that wipe on the
L
early
streamer.
bosses as well. But you know, those are the guilds that those bosses are for. But like, even for those guilds, I do think it was a little bit. Again, it's like a combination of those bosses were too easy, and then Ovanax and Kaiveza were too hard, right? And like,
Yeah, exactly.
you could take down Ovanax and Kaiveza. First of all, like, no matter what you're doing to Rashidon, Kaiveza in the state that it launched in was bad, right? Ovanax, the way the difficulty was delivered on that fight, where it was like super weak aura intensive.
So
was
true,
also bad.
Drano. So fucking true.
I don't think anybody
Actually,
would
wait, did he
disagree
shoot
with
me
that.
earlier, or did like a
But, like,
random
do you
pixel
take
gun
down
come off the
Ovanax
side of
and
the screen?
Brute
Wait,
Twister,
one second. Where are we?
or-
9 minutes. We're at 10 minutes into the episode. Did he shoot me, or did some mysterious ethereal force shoot me?
Hey, welcome to episode 60 of the Potty C. This week, we've killed Max.
Okay, it was not Dratnos. Unless, yeah, you can see both of his arms. There's no way it wrapped around like that. Anyways, back to the video. 10 minutes.
Like 10%, or do you take them down by 20%? You take them down by 30%, right? And then like, do you bring up Rashidon and Sikran by a little bit as well? And if so, by how much, right? Like there are a lot of different right answers that involve, I think always involve some nerfing of Kaiveza and Ovanax, and then can involve some buffing of Sikran and Brood Twister as well. And I think should as well. I do think those should have been harder fights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I would say it's just really hard nowadays because of how little bosses we have for how many types of players that exist in the whole cutting edge space.
Yeah. Again, that's the problem with like the best guilds are getting better and better every tier, right? And like, whereas the low end mythic guilds are not at the same pace.
Oh, I thought Dranos was about to go some. I thought Dranos was about to say the best guilds are getting better and better, and the worst guilds are getting worse and worse. I mean, I guess that's kind of true. Like the more, like when you're thinking of like the worst guilds, they're just the new guilds, and like I guess as the game keeps progressing and you are a new guild, you start at the same base point, but the game keeps getting like more. So you are. I don't even know what I'm saying. It's fine.
They're still getting better every tier, but not at the same rate. And new guilds are entering mythic that.
Yep. Okay.
haven't
He
played it
said what I was
before.
trying to say.
Speaking of guild stuff, there's been some guild drama on Twitter recently.
Wait, really?
Or on
I love
X
drama.
rather. The Everything app.
Hell yeah.
I hate
Wait,
when he does
actually,
that.
before
I
we get
hate
to
when he does
that,
that.
hopeful. There's been a lot of people that have been asking in my chat, especially during the MDI. They want to know what the drama was between you and your former team. Mandatory.
That's right.
What? Why would you even ask him that? Because if there's any real drama, he's not going to talk about it.
I heard
I mean,
there
I
was
wouldn't say
major
there's-
drama going on.
No drama whatsoever. Just first of all, because
Yeah.
I think people actually started to believe you. I mean,
Oh, they know it's not real. Okay, cool. I mean, I don't care about drama at all. W trialing experience.
So this is the thing I was alluding to, which so JP tweeted that well team, I found out tonight that I failed my 9-month trial in my new guild. Probably not enough time to find a new guild before this tier, so we might just take a break from WoW for a bit, maybe a long bit. And then he added on to this later with for what it's worth, the 9-month trial made sense given the circumstances, and I didn't have an issue with it. Just would have liked to get a chance to find a new guild with more than 1 week before the next season, and I assume they agree they fucked up that part pretty badly.
Yo, a 9-month trial is insane. It's just simply insane. Because like we talked about it before, like what are you trying to do in a trial? You are, 1 second. Oh, I got a message. Okay, I just got a message, but we're good. I guess you're checking for a vibe, but I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like in most guilds, like in my guild, if we had trials, which we don't, or in like something like Dratnos' guild, you probably need to wait for a tier of progression because like you can't really tell if they're good enough because like doing something you've done a bunch of times in farm, same thing as like doing a Mythic Plus dungeon. You're not watching someone do a Mythic Plus dungeon for the first time. If you're grouping with them, you've likely seen them do Mist of Tyrna Scythe like 50 times, so you're not seeing them like really apply themselves. You're just seeing them do the thing they've already done a lot, which like anyone can fucking do that. So it's hard to pass a trial based on farm because you're not seeing someone do anything difficult. You're just seeing them do. You can tell if someone's bad. You can't tell if someone's good, right? That's what farm is for a lot of guilds. So you need to see them in progression to see how they play to pass their trial, right? So that like kind of makes sense. But I think for most guilds, like guilds that maybe even get cutting edge, but you're not like top 100, couple hundred world, like you're not killing this super early. You maybe do some mythic bosses. Bro, you can definitely pass someone's trial and farm. You can. Like I've been in these guilds. You can definitely tell if someone is suitable enough within like a couple of farm clears, like totally honest. As far as like passing their trial. Because like a couple weeks you get to see if they're a vibe. And if they're not a vibe, they could be faking it, but you won't know that until way later anyway. Like I said earlier, the people who are really, truly built weird, they've usually learned at this point to mask that until everyone feels comfortable with them. And then you slowly let out a little weird at a time until you're fully yourself. This is the Sang playbook. This is the THD playbook. People that are truly built fucking really strange, they know how to do that. So like, in a trial period, you're not going to be able to see that person for who they are anyway. Like, they're going to hide it. So, as long as they're not a terrible vibe or, like, make really weird jokes or whatever, you just, like, pass their trial, man, if they're not dying to shit and doing fine damage, you know?
So, this has led to a lot of discourse around this specific action, which I think almost everybody agrees is pretty shitty from the guild.
Actually? Like,
but also, like, trials in general, the practice of trialing raiders, whether a 9-month trial is a reasonable amount of time for a trial or not.
Okay. Let's all put it in chat. This probably, I don't even need to do a poll. Is 9 months a reasonable period of time for a trial in, by the way, literally any guild, including like the best ones in the world? No, it's fucking stupid. There's no scenario where that makes sense. Oh, okay, there's maybe one. If you're a guild that just has a rule that you can't promote someone until you've seen them in a progression tier, there are times where it can be 9 months in between those two things. Is that right? Like if you joined a guild after like Siege of Orgrimmar and before Heimal, I think that was more than 9 months. So, like, recently this happened where, I guess if you joined after Amir Drasil, Season 4 isn't real progression, right? So, I could see them wanting to wait until this tier. That's the only thing that even kind of makes sense. But even then, if they've been in the guild for 9 months and they actually show up, which I don't know if JB was because he's been, like, playing the new Overwatch game for a while, like, you just know at that point they've put in enough effort and they're not turbo-inting farm that you just pass their trial. Unless they're not good, right? But then you would fail them. I don't know.
Not. Whether it even makes sense to have trials in this day and age. I think Echo does trials, right? But Liquid doesn't. So
Yep.
It's something. There are some guilds that don't do trials. I think most guilds do still do trials, but
Yeah.
Like, okay, Echo does trials and we don't do trials, but I bet it's basically the exact same thing. Like, I highly doubt Echo treats their trials differently in progression than their members. Because you can't at this level. I bet it's more just like for me, it just felt like an unnecessary. He will explain it. Okay. Oh, shit, I'll let him explain.
yeah, some will be like, okay, it's 4 weeks tops, right? And then you're in or you're out. My guild does trials. We do trials where like your trial can last. It doesn't really matter how long it is, right? It's like a tier, right? We need to see you for a progression tier, not
Yeah.
just so if we recruit.
Okay,
you
so
during
Dratnos'
farm,
guild does that
your
too.
trial is not gonna be passed based on farm. It might be failed, but it won't be passed based on farm.
Yeah, you definitely see if yeah, in farm you can definitely see if someone's bad. That's for sure. Like when we did trials a long time ago, there was definitely a time where you would in fact, so I went through this stage. Everyone learns as like a guild leader or you know, when you're in charge of anything really for the first time, you like try a bunch of different things. So like something that came up in my head was, and I'm sure you guys have thought this as well. Do some of you guys think there are some diamonds in the rough out there that are just like, they have great parses and they're just in some random guild, but they are good enough to be in the race world first, even though they haven't raided a ton before, but like maybe they're good enough and they just haven't had the right opportunities yet or enough time. Okay. Yeah. Me smile. This is true of all of you guys. Right, and they have great parses. So people who have great parses could be amazing, but they also could be fucking terrible, right? So you don't know. So I went through a diamond in the rough phase as the leader of this guild. I think it was in, I want to say Battle of Dazarlor, which was my, like, beginning of my second expansion as the leader of this guild in BFA. And what that meant was we freely trialed. We went through so many trials. Basically, the idea was this. If someone looks like they could be great, and right now, who do we pick? We basically recruit people from Method, Echo, Fat Shark, yes, Vodka, and Instant Dollars, and like that's it, right? Those are like the guilds that you're looking for players from for a good reason, because we've done this for a long time and learned what you need to realistically be successful at this level, right? But back then, I'm like, yo, maybe we could find a fucking diamond out there. Just a fucking huge beast that just needs the opportunity. So we recruited anyone with sick logs. Okay? That kind of filled a need for us. And you know what? If they weren't amazing, just fail their... This is back when we did trials. Just fail their trial in 3 weeks. They're betting on themselves. Maybe they're good enough. Maybe they're not. It'll usually be obvious. And then why not? We're a guild that has the ability to do this. We can just cycle through these players. We don't owe them anything. We can just let them try out. It's basically tryouts. You can try out for us and maybe you can do it. Now this had some unintended consequences, which is now you've invited a bunch of stinkers to raid with your guild, and like guess who doesn't like their farm being slower because they're raiding with some stinkers every now and then? The entire fucking guild, right? So like we ended up stop doing this for a very specific reason, but wait, what happened? Why are you guys effing? What's happening? Why are you guys effing? Nothing happened. Did the stream DC? Refresh. I don't know what happened. Oh, YouTube's fine. Bro, it's actually L Twitch. Like actually L Twitch. Yo, look at this. This is my YouTube chat right now. L Twitch is messing up because I'm dual streaming to Twitch and YouTube from the same OBS, the exact same feed, and Twitch said F, and YouTube said YouTube's fine. YouTube never went down. So L Twitch W YouTube, but that is not my fault. That some weird shit with YouTube happened. I have 0 drop frames on my OBS. It's not me. All right, Max, Twitch is fine. Nothing happened. Bro, like 100 people typed F. Something happened. But either way, it doesn't matter. Anyways, we're back to this. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So we were talking about the diamonds in the rough phase. So I'll repeat myself for like the last minute of me talking. I was basically just trying to see if there were any diamonds out there. Like, even if it meant that we had to trial and then demote 50 people, but it ended up being us getting 1 player, would that be worth it? Because basically we're losing nothing. They're all leveraging their time and maybe their relationship with their old guild to try to be here. But I think a lot of those guilds would understand, hey, you have a chance to be in limit. Holy shit, you should go do that, right? But this is something that the decision they're making. And we don't care how many people we have to demote as long as we can find 1 guy that makes us better. You know, that was the idea. But this ended up limit. Yeah, we were called limit at the time. So yeah, I don't know. Now it ended up being a terrible idea because the guildies are now raiding with all these random people, and like most of them aren't good enough clearly, which definitely slows down farm. And it was just enough of a this sucks thing to stop doing it. And also we found no one because, well, there's a lot of reasons why, but like there's a thing about being good enough and potentially good enough. But like realistically, someone who's good enough to be in this guild has enough drive. There's something to be said about passion and drive, and that person is going to jump up the guild ladder anyway. Someone that ends up in this guild, is there someone who maybe is good enough to do this in like a World 300 guild? Yes, but only after they have enough passion and drive to naturally go up a bunch of guild ranks anyway, because they can't stop playing the game. They have to play Mythic Plus all the time. They network. They have to be in a better guild because they're so good that even though they like the people in their guild, it's just they feel like they're not progressing at the level they want to. Those people over time naturally jump up guild ranks. And then if you're the best of the, if you want to get into this guild, there's one thing you got to do. Just be the best player in your guild and keep joining better guilds and continue to be the best player, and then join one of the top 10 guilds in the world, be their best player, and then we might reach out to you. Right? That's it. That's the secret to getting recruited to this guild. You got to do that, right? That's kind of the only thing that makes sense for us.
Which I think is reasonable as well.
Because that doesn't even mean you'll necessarily be a fit for this guild, because we have constantly recruited the best player in a top 10 world guild, and they've sat on our bench for 3 tiers, and then we got rid of them, right? But that's the level you're talking about.
When you talk about a 9-month trial, like the only way I could see a 9-month trial being fair is if you were like just on the edge between passing and failing in that one tier, or you like didn't play that tier for whatever reason, and it's not because we thought you sucked, it's just because like you were a druid 1 trick and it wasn't a druid tier or something like that, in which case I could maybe see extending. Shout
out Birch, shout out Serenian, the 2 Moonkins that we got rid of because we just didn't need that many Moonkin mains, but they were fine players. Shout out Childrill, who's an absolute goddamn beast Ellie Shaman, but it has never been correct to play an Ellie Shaman in the Race to World first for at least for an entire tier for the entire time I've been doing this. So it's been since before BFA, since that was even remotely correct. So just couldn't hold on to them any longer. Didn't make sense, right? Shout out the fallen heroes.
Another tier, but still, yeah, 9 months is a long time. I'm pretty sure we've done that like once in my guild's history to have a trial go that long. But
so the circumstance was they were trialing during season 4, Fated season, which isn't know really a season.
So true,
like,
Dorky.
You can't really gauge someone fully, and you can't really get a real trial going.
So true, Dorky.
I mean, maybe it's like closer to 5 months, I want to say, of like an actual season trial.
Right, yeah, it's like he only did Ansarek Prague. Like it's only, so it is only 1 tier's Prague is included in that 9 months, I guess.
Yeah, but I have a question. So, what exactly is the difference between a trial and a member? Like, yeah.
Here's the bit. Nothing. This is why it's just a new member. That's it. They are a member most of the time. But like in reality, even in your all's guilds, man, if you have a raider who's been there for whoever knows how long, and you do a raid tier and you're a guild that cares about your performance, again, very important that you differentiate a guild that like plays the game to have fun vibes and loves the company of other people. You probably wouldn't operate in the way I'm about to talk about if you're one of those guilds, or if you're a guild that actually cares about doing well and you respect everyone's time and you want to clear the hardest content efficiently. And that's like kind of everyone's goal, but also being friends is like secondary to that, but it still exists, right? That's a lot of guilds too. Okay. The reality is if you're that second guild, which I think is the large part of those people watch my channel, so I think a decent amount of you this would apply to. If a member is turbo fucking inting your guild and they're a member or a trial, they're probably not going to be in the guild next year anyway. So there's really, trial doesn't mean anything, you know? If someone in your guild that's a member is a horrible vibe and they haven't made a ton of connections with the guild master or the officers to somehow remain in the guild, you're probably going to get rid of them. You know? It doesn't do anything. The only thing, and some guilds do trials even worse. Guilds that have trial threads. The only guilds that are doing trial threads correctly, if you guys don't know what trial threads are, it's when a trial joins the guild, there's either on forums or their Discord. Used to be forums. I'm almost certainly Discord now. I'm kind of dating myself. They we'll have like a thread where people can just give their input on this player, right? The only people who do trial threads right are people who let the trials read that thread after they become members. If your guild never lets the trials see that, you're a bunch of fucking pussies, because really all it is you're just using that thread to just fucking shit on someone for no reason other than to just be an asshole. Because if you were really shitting on them in a constructive manner, you would actually help them get better. And if you promote them to Raider, you should want them to be better. So they should see what you are critiquing them on and you should talk to them about it, or else it serves no purpose other than you to talk shit behind someone's back and you're a huge bitch. That's it. It's the only way to look at it. Now, trial threads can be really worth it if you let them read it, right? But there's no point in having those discussions if it's not to make that person better. If it's not to make that person better, you are just using it as an outlet to be an asshole.
What changes?
I think it depends highly on the guild. Like, most guilds, they just treat trials exactly like normal raiders. Some guilds just go like, oh, you're a trial, like, what are you saying to me? Like, I think you're going to get all in between. Like, it just depends.
Yeah, some guilds will do trial like threads where, you know, there's a thread that the person can't see that the other people can type about how that person's playing, and you're trying to decide if they're good enough to play with you or not.
Dratnos.
My guild does that, but I know a lot of guilds that do that. There's like a feeling that the threads just devolve into flaming the person, which is definitely like a pretty toxic, you know, setup.
Pre-watch.
Yeah, I mean, like, even
I
like,
fucking
if
love
you
Dranos
remember,
takes.
like, would
Dude,
you
imagine how much success you would have if you were a streamer and all you did was pre-watch Dratnos takes and then just completely mimic them one for one.
not be judged just as much
Holy
as
W.
a trial? I don't know. I find that to be kind of strange. I don't know. I feel like if you're just someone who like freshly joined versus compared to someone who like has been in the guild, surely that person who has been in the guild still has to play to that standard, right?
That's why we're
I think
here,
that's
right?
a lot of like Liquid's argument for not having trials anymore. It's just like, yeah, everybody's always, you know, if we recruit you, it's because we
Wait,
think you're good, and then everybody in the guild is constantly, you know, you're on the chopping block at all times. If you suck, we're gonna kick you, right? And it doesn't matter whether you've been here for 1 tier or 10.
Yeah, that's true. But I also don't think that that's like something that every guild should emulate. Like, I can definitely see, even if you're a competitive guild, it's kind of nice to know if you're a raider that like you've put your time in to be accepted by this guild and that you don't feel like you're always on the chopping block. Like, obviously you shouldn't int progression, but you know, it's kind of nice to have some security of like, I've been here for a long time and they know what I'm capable of in progression. And maybe if I miss a couple weeks in farm, I'm going to be here, you know? And like, I don't know, there's a world where like there's jobs in this world where having a competitive atmosphere where you could always be replaced really gets the most out of you, like sales and stuff like that. And like you feel like you have a like there's a reason to compete and try to be better. But then there's also places where having like job security and tenure, I guess, in like a teaching profession, like matters for a reason. You know, you shouldn't like security, like so you feeling secure in your job could also make you feel more confident. But yeah, I don't know. This is Max talking like he's on the podcast. Yeah, dude, they fucking blew me up. I'm trying to be involved in my own podcast. I couldn't be there.
But I do think it makes some sense, right? Like if you've got a new person, even just like the trial flag is kind of indicating, okay, everybody pay attention to this person, or like pay extra attention to how they're moving, how they're playing, right? So that you can then evaluate them kind of as a group. And then if they do well, you kind of move them into the raider rank where there's less scrutiny on them, right? You're not like actively scrutinizing them. You're kind of more passively checking, right? You're noticing that they've done something wrong rather than looking to see if they...
Max, I mean, if you're good and you've been there for a while, wouldn't you naturally see what it takes to stay good and therefore continue to do what's needed? Yeah, but some people also lose that pash, you know? You guys ever seen a really good player in your guild that loses the pash and then they fall off? Either due to burnout or just being interested in other things in their life, growing up, stuff like that. Happens, bro. This game's really, like, WoW is really fucking hard, man. It's like, if you're playing in a guild that's playing at even a remotely high level, you kind of can't do that unless you're passionate about it. If you, like, just start showing up for raids and you don't really care, like, over time, you're going to get passed up big time. It's just, the game's just too hard to do that.
They've done things well or not. I think it can make sense for that spot. Some guilds also do it for, like, it used to be back in the day, trials get less gear. I don't think any serious guilds do that anymore. That's just stupid, right?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it
I
makes
want
no
him to
sense.
explain Echo's trial thing.
Yeah, or
because
like,
you guys said he explains later, but I mean, I guess this is a long topic. He probably does it after this.
You might not get as many like consumables or whatever it may be, like, because it made sense.
Look at what Echo did to Fragments, man. He took a break for IRL shit and they kicked him. That's not what happened. What's your opinion on Brazilian guilds? I don't think about them at all. Any advice on getting the patch up? Nope. You just got to, you have to just, I don't know. You just, there's
they
nothing
can
you
do
can do
it.
to get your passion up. It's either you care or you don't, man.
More to rating outside of just like progression and getting it done. Like, it was
Yeah.
kind of just like an entire home, right? But
You might get smaller cuts as well, or no cuts potentially from sales, which I know some.
Come to Brazil. Brazil mentioned. Why are you guys saying XD? Like, I'm not like slandering Brazil when he said, what's your opinion on Brazilian guilds? I just have no opinion. I've never thought about Brazilian guilds, but not in like a bad way. Not in like, bro, fuck them, but more in like a, they're there. That's like asking me about some specific varietal of cactus from the Sahara Desert. I'd be like, what's your opinion on it? I'd be like, I don't know. I've never had to have one. It's just
guilds do
there,
that to
I
a
guess.
greater or
But
lesser extent. My guild does you don't get cuts if you didn't prog this tier with us, unless you're
What the
actually
hell?
helping us kill the end boss. Like, if we picked you up
That's
as a trial
crazy.
and then we added this tier because we picked up a bunch of trials and then they weren't obviously in on Ansarek, but then they were still getting these huge cuts from Ansarek sales that they weren't ever participating in. So we were like, okay, let's give them
oh, so Brazilians are just plants to you. How is this being turned on me?
half cuts.
I feel
for
like I'm just
until
I'm
people are
not
actually
being
killing
unreasonable.
Ansarek on Ansarek sales, which
Dude, it
I
sucks
didn't
being
care
a
too much
trial.
either way. But I think it's fair-ish, right? Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think cutting their cut completely wouldn't be fair, but I guess half is
yeah,
whatever.
I
I'll keep it a buck. If your guild is doing sales and splitting the gold from it, and your trials are just as much a part of that sale as any other member, and you're giving them a half cut, that's some bullshit.
I don't
In
know.
my
Like,
opinion,
again,
I think
this
that's some
wasn't
bullshit.
The people were like
Yeah.
complaining, so we
But
just,
also exploit trials, fuck it.
This
did
was
you do it?
100%.
You're new and you
have.
have to
yeah,
deal with it.
I'm taking
bitch.
all those extra cuts. They're all mine.
Off
Yeah.
tank, you little
Yeah.
bitch.
But yeah, I mean,
Hopefully, we still a trial.
That's in my head canon that all off tanks or people who refer to themselves as main tanks and off tanks, as main tanks are very alpha and off tanks are their bitch.
No,
Taunt
the
the
way
boss,
Echo
bitch.
does trials, I guess I can explain that.
Only when I'm
So
done with it.
basically, when you join, you're just a trial, and then the next tier, you're basically promoted or you failed your trial. So no longer a trial. After the last year, they promoted me.
Hold aggro,
I see.
bitch.
I think, I don't know, it feels weird because I know Liquid has no trial thing, but I think Echo does it just for like logistic reasons. Like, even though I was a trial,
Okay.
like
Interested?
I was in on almost every boss except Brew Twister.
Self flex.
So it's not like they treat you any differently except for like just as like a title,
yeah, I think it can make some sense as kind of because it's kind of like this transition period where you're being initiated or
I still don't
assimilated
get it.
into the guild like structure, right?
I missed it? What did I miss? Did I miss it?
It has no trial. Or you failed your trial. Join. No, the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Hopefully, we still a trial.
Give me a heal, bitch.
No, the way Echo does trials, I guess I can explain
Okay.
that.
Oh, let's hear this.
So
Okay.
basically, when you join, you're just a trial, and then
Okay.
the next tier, you're basically promoted or you failed your trial. So
Okay, so it's very binary. It's like when you join the guild, you are this rank, which basically just means new member. And at the end of the first raid, you are either going to be a member or you're going to not be in the guild. Just straight up yes, no. I mean, that totally makes sense too. But again, I don't think that's any different. Like this is what I was saying before. They choose to call new trials new members. We don't call them anything other than just member, but like essentially it's the same thing. Right? After the first raid, they're either going to continue being in the guild or they're not. But that's all the reason why we don't label them as trials is that's also true of literally every member, including officers. Like, if you're not good enough to be here, no matter what, new member or not, you will be either continuing on to the next raid or you won't. So, but I mean, again, it's just semantic. Like, no one cares. It's the same. They basically operate the same way
no longer a trial. After
because they've also removed members, right?
last year they promoted me.
I
And
see.
I think
Like,
don't know,
here's
it
what I'm
feels weird
saying.
'cause
We
I know-
could basically do what they do and they could do what we do and absolutely nothing would change in both of our guilds.
Liquid has no trial thing, but I think Echo does it just as like a title,
Yeah, I think it can make some sense as kind of because it's kind of like this transition period where you're
Taunt
being
off at 4, bitch.
initiated or assimilated into the guild like structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Yeah, I don't know. It is a weird, because I do think it's a somewhat abused. There are some guilds that definitely abuse the trial position, and that kind of gives it a bad name. And also this kind of of course, the big crime with the JB situation is that he got lobbed a month before,
yeah, the 9-month trial, when you think about season 4, makes a little bit more sense, especially because he's been like hard maining another game for a little bit. But the kicking, the no previous communication kick 1 week before the patch, that I don't know if there's any redeeming thing for that. That is, there's no explanation of that isn't fucked up. And I bet the guild even knows that. They're like, damn, we probably should have told this guy a month ago. Because I bet their officers were like, yeah, I don't know if we're going to be playing him next year like a month ago. But they just didn't tell him and they kept him around just in case. Which is definitely not fair to him.
before a new
But also he's old.
tier, right? Like
And bald.
that.
Yeah, that's rough.
If you're a guild, you kind of, I think 1 month before the tier, you got to decide if you're kicking anybody and do it then, or forever hold your peace until next year, because it's just, or unless something happens, obviously, right? But like presumably they decided they wanted to kick him and they just kept him around for farm to make farm easier or something like that.
I know some guilds go even further, like if they're doing splits or something, they'll keep in trials just for the splits, like as split helpers, but they won't tell them. Stuff like that.
Which is super.
Yeah, that's tough. If you're like going into a tier and you know that there's no chance you would ever play this player, like you've decided at that point they're not good enough to be here, but you keep them just for splits, that's definitely rough. That's rough.
Messed up. I've heard of that as well. I've heard of people getting kicked after week 1 after helping with splits, which...
Because the thing is like, here's the weird thing. Like, let's say you have someone in your guild that... This is like a world first progression thing, where you've chosen to have them in your guild and you're having them cover something. You need to believe that they can do it. I've kind of learned this. I've used to like... In the past, I would be like, I don't know if this person can ult this class or whatever, but really you kind of have to empower them to do it, to have the ability to do it, or else you shouldn't have them in your guild. Like, a big mistake you can make is like, maybe we want, like a historical thought, like, we want 3 Moonkins on this boss. Okay, we don't really know what to do with this player. We'll have them play Moonkin. But then you're like fake covering a class. Because if you truly don't think they're good enough to raid in the race and they're in your guild, them covering a class makes you think you have the ability to run 3 Moonkins, but you actually don't. Because you have 3, but you don't really want to play him, so you really have 2. So you kind of have to empower even people you don't think are good enough to do it, and you just have to hope they do well. You can learn early in progression. Maybe you bring them in for 5 pulls. It's not going to work, even though it's kind of a short amount of time to judge somebody. But, a certain amount, any amount of pulls where you realize it's not going to be good enough, you'd be willing to risk doing that and actually make that player feel confident so they can succeed, rather than, like, make it obvious, I guess, to everyone that you are not confident in them. Because if you're not, if a player knows that like the guild leader or the leadership or the guild isn't confident in them being in, what are we doing here? Like they're going to play like shit. At least I think. Like you have to have to perform at the highest level. People have to know or think that you believe in them, just straight up. And you can't really fake that either. At least I can't. I'm like my emotions are on my sleeve, so you just have to actually do it. You have to fully commit.
Is completely crazy. There's also guilds that will kind of like soft kick you, where they're never actually going to remove you, but you're never going to be in, and you're just there. You're there. Oh, you're helping with splits and stuff, but like, there's like a 1% chance you're actually going to see any progression, which is not actually inherently an unfair situation. The unfair part is that they don't tell the person that.
Yes,
you can tell people that though, and some people are okay with it. But yeah.
I mean, probably not a surprise, but almost the biggest self-own and the biggest mistake that every guild makes is their ability to communicate. But like, it's a group of people playing video games for fun in a 20-man group with like a leadership structure. Like, if you were to apply that to like basically anything else in life, like a job, it's always a mess. And there's very rarely people that are really good at communicating within large groups of people. So obviously it's terrible. But like, that is the biggest way a group fails, is their ability. Like, if you as officers are like, here's the best advice I could give. If you're an officer and you are having a conversation like, hey, I think this player like isn't this good at this, or they need to work on this, and we're scared of playing them for this reason on this type of fight with this kind of mechanic because we don't think they're very good at that. If you have that conversation and then don't tell that person that, what the fuck are you doing? You have to just, like, what are you doing? Like, either get rid of them or try to help them get better, you know? Like, if you have gotten to the point where you are having that conversation about them, you have to tell them that.
That's a messed up thing that happens in guilds.
Yeah, from my guild experience, I've noticed a lot of guilds do that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, maybe it's just like more of an NA thing, but players have a hard time telling other players, like, oh, like, we're not going to have you in. So it's easier to just have them sitting in the bench.
Don't be afraid of confrontation. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's that, but it's also... I mean, okay, most of the time in a guild when you could say, like, I'm afraid of confrontation, you're actually creating more confrontation. Like when someone messes up in a raid, you know? Simply, even if that person knows they made a mistake, but you're like, hey, man, like, I need you to play a little bit better right now. That's going to cause that person a lot less grief over time. Because most of the time what's going to happen in WoW guilds is even if you know that person needs to be better, maybe you whispered them, and they said, and they acknowledged it, and they know. Sometimes the entire raid hearing it be addressed is really fucking important because there's a lot of people in a raid. And guess what's going to happen after raid? They're going to get in their little small channels or their friends or in whispers or DMs or binds, and they're going to fucking talk about it. And it's become a much bigger problem than it is because in reality, if the person messes up a lot and then you tell them that and other people hear it, then it's handled. It's been addressed. All you can do is handle it and make sure it's acknowledged. But the simple acknowledgement from a group of people, they don't know what happens. And like, it's going to actually become significantly worse. This is something that I think EU guilds are better at than NA guilds. Because NA guilds, in an attempt to be more nice and less toxic, they usually avoid things like this. But I actually think it turns into much, much bigger problems. Like in EU guilds, it can be certainly on the surface a bit more toxic and more confrontational. But at least things get handled and it doesn't become this like thing that lingers on forever. And I would just assume in general most people would rather deal with a small thing in front of a group of people being called out for something than being smart enough to know that everyone's talking about it behind your back. Or maybe not, maybe you're stupid and you don't know. And okay, so if you're built dumb, if you're built bad, maybe it's the opposite where like you're not smart enough to read the room and know that people are talking behind your back and you'd rather not be called out in public just to not deal with it. I guess it could depend.
Hard time.
Anyone built bad?
Leave themselves.
Yeah, it's crazy though because seeing this kind of made it clear like just how important it is. Like, you know, this is like a full-time streamer, content creator guy.
Bro, you're taking too long to
and
taunt.
whether
I
or
have
not
5
he
stacks,
plays World of
bitch.
Warcraft this season is like predicated on this guild interaction, right?
I tank
I think
first.
it kind of underscores just how important for a lot of WoW players like a guild is to the game. And it reminds me that because there are people that's not true for, right? Like Dorky, for instance, you I think are somebody where if you got lobbed from your guild tomorrow, it would be like a logistical annoyance.
Go
but it
grab
wouldn't
those ads,
change
buddy. I got the main
game
boss,
really for
bitch.
you. But then there are a lot
Yeah,
of
but
people
I'm
where it's
free.
like that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, JB wasn't like this before, but I definitely noticed that like JB now just like doesn't care as much about M+, I want to say, which kind of sucks. I mean, dude, 07 to JB, but he said he's gonna take a break from the game for an indefinite duration, and that really sucks because he's been such an iconic.
Oh, you died?
part of
Oh, that's
M+
weird. I'll just tank
forever.
everything
I mean,
you were supposed
he
to
was one of
tank.
the first
And
M+
I'm
streamers
tanking
I've
2
ever watched,
bosses.
and
And you're dead.
he's just been a big figure. It just
Bitch.
sucks seeing him. I don't want to say quitting, but pretty much quitting.
Yeah, taking a break or however long it ends up being. Yeah, 07 indeed.
Is JB like hard quitting? My theory is that someone that into WoW can't, and this is why I think WoW still exists. If you ever can get to the point where you can play WoW at a decent level, I'm not saying you're like smoking people out there, you just get to the point where you can like functionally play the game in a group environment in PvE. You're just going to come back because WoW, for all of its faults, if you actually get how to play this game and you've played it long enough and you don't have to go through the new player experience of like having to somehow get into this game at this point, which is a huge mess, but you've already done that, right? So you're through all the bad parts and you're into the point where you can just play the game for gameplay. WoW just absolutely smokes every other game. There's nothing as good as like WoW PvE gameplay, group play if you somewhat like the people you're playing with. It's just goated. It's simply the best. Now the getting to that point from a new player is a massive challenge, but in this scenario, you've already done that years ago, right? I don't think I could never do that. Like, I barely even play this game, but every time there's like one of my classes is good for a patch, bro, I'm fucking all in. I played like season 3 of Mirdrasil for like 2 months, man. 2 straight months of like all day, every day. And that's from someone who like basically isn't at their computer when they're not on stream, you know? It's sometimes when a class is hitting just right, bro. Goddamn.
In lighter-hearted news, something I've been seeing a lot also on X, the Everything app, a lot of people have been killing Zekvir.
I need this bit. I don't know. I don't know. I like the bit. I like the X, the Everything app bit. It works. It's just, it pisses me off, you know?
On like question mark difficulty and celebrating it on there, which I think is
I've seen
sweet.
a couple of those.
Yeah, it's I was something where you know, that reminded me a little bit of like the Mage Tower. I remember back when the Mage Tower was a thing, people would post that. And
so you guys seeing like Reddit posts and WoW forum posts of people killing Zekvir and being insanely proud of it and happy about it as something you have considered an afterthought for the entire season? Hi, Edna. That is you peering in through a lens of a very far away land called like what the vast majority of players in this game are like, that never type in Twitch chat or on Twitter or on any forum, and they're just there, and they're like the people where you see all these graphs of like, man, I think WoW's dead right now, and you see all these millions of runs and people logging in and subbing happening. It's just those people. 1 second, we got some barkers. And every now and then they're just feeling really happy, and then they do that. You killed it last week. It was Pog. Yeah, we are hard barking. Reptar, talk to him. Reptar. All right, continuing.
obviously, like, it would come in at different times, right? Like, because
we're barking.
Mage Tower was super hard.
Hey, did you get a fourth dog? No.
When it first came
Girlfriend's
out, and then
dog.
it got easier over time. Zekvir sort of did. They nerfed
so I
it
guess
a lot,
kinda.
like a couple weeks in, but other than that, it's just been gear that's making it easier. But I think that's cool as well. That's made me excited for Delves to have some of that Mage Tower feel for it. Even if the ceiling difficulty that Zekvir landed at after they nerfed it is definitely a lot lower than, Mage Tower, but it is still really cool to see. It's really cool to see people like being able to set themselves a solo challenge and then accomplish it and feel really proud about themselves. So, yeah, congratulations to everybody who got that.
Yep.
Or
W
still trying.
Dratnos.
Good luck if you are.
Okay, Hopeful's experience. Okay, what do you guys find interesting from this? The remaining topics, we're not going to listen to all this. Because the servers are definitely coming up early, so we don't have that much time, right? So, Hopeful's experience climbing the world ranks. That sounds probably pretty interesting to some of you. A question I get a lot is like, how do I get into guild like Echo or Liquid? I don't actually think that's how you guys sound, by the way. I don't know why I did that. But that's what people say a lot. So that's probably good. And then focusing on your parses and then parses actually mattering, I think is kind of interesting. And then doing damage as a skill. What the fuck could that even... Of course it is. Okay, choosing raid over... That doesn't matter. Okay, so is everyone okay with skipping choosing the raid over Mythic Plus and what makes a great MDI and TGP dungeon? Because could not give less of a fuck about that. Okay, I'm not even asking you. We're not listening to that. And then new dungeons, don't care. Tanks and healers need to be OP. That could be fun. The fellowship thing could be interesting. And the rest of it seems... Okay, let's just watch through the parses thing.
We can talk about what it's like going from like ID level guild, or going from... Yeah, okay, we can talk about going from like a random guild to ID to Echo. Like what that sort of
Damn,
vibe
he called
is.
his old guild random.
I kind of talk
Holy.
about like my process and what I
Holy.
did.
Sure, yeah, okay. So I guess Frank will splice this in now. There's no way he'll have left in this entire awkward minute.
No way.
He would never do that.
Dude,
to me.
W Frank for cutting out the entire awkward minute.
I mean, we just started this very start because I guess it's not that long. Like, I just started playing in 8.3, played a Holy Paladin, and I think one Tuesday night I'm like, oh, I want to raid. I only like PvP before, and I joined a Trey Chat guild who were just raiding. They needed a fill, and I actually joined that guild. And I was playing there for like 3 or 4 months, just like, I don't know, get experience, just like build logs or never. And then after I was like, oh, I should probably get in a better guild. And then I joined a guild called the Syzygies, where I kind of stayed for like a couple months. It was my like first CE guild in the same tier, and then I played that tier with them, all the farm, and then I played most of Castle Nathria with them. I think we got stuck in the council, and I got kind of not annoyed, but like,
Wait, so when did Hopeful start playing this game? .3, that's Nyalotha, right? That's really close to when Tobo started playing. Because wasn't that Tobo's journey? Tobo was like, he started playing in Shadowlands, and then he just saw the Race to World First one time, and he's like, I want to do that. And then within one expansion, he was doing it. So both him and Hopeful had like a very similar trajectory, which is like, if you can, if you really focus on improving yourself, and also you're naturally very talented, and you know, have the ability to play WoW for like all day, every day for multiple years. Maybe that's an important thing here that is consistent within all Race World First Raiders. You can get, and passionate and handsome, yes. You can rise the ranks pretty fast. Like, there is something, this used to be, I don't think about this anymore, but when we used to recruit players, we used to hear of like all these people that have been around the NA scene forever. And unfortunately, there's like, if you've just kind of plateaued, like you basically were super into the game at one point, you got pretty good, but then you like kind of stopped. Like those players, it's kind of hard to get better after a certain amount of time. So it's not super uncommon that the people who do this have been doing it at a really high level for a really long time. And also new players are able to come in and do it, because like you definitely can't, like, no one can play this game for like 6 months and be good enough to raid in the Race World First. But like, it seems like right around the timeline is like playing this game for like a few years, but like all day, every day, with like the focus on being as good as you can be. If you are talented enough naturally, that seems to be the timeline that's like the earliest to do this.
We were on council for like over a month, you know. They were like just like a 1K rank cutting edge guild. They got cutting edge every single patch, but I just wanted to do more. And then like from the difference between those two guilds wasn't much. The second one, it was kind of just like more committed. The first one was like just two raid nights a week, like just casual.
What about
like,
Boomy? I think Boomy had a similar trajectory. I don't know when Boomy like actually started playing WoW though, but like Boomy did the same thing where like started playing WoW, joined a guild, joined another guild, joined Vodka, was the best player in Vodka, and then people in Vodka were like, you have to recruit this person. We're like, okay.
Whatever outside of raid. The second one, it was more, there's people running M+ every day. There's people
James, yeah,
like actually talking about the raid fights while they're progging it. So there's like a tiny difference. And then I joined a guild called Idiot, which is around the world rank 300. And that's where it started getting like more intensive, not more intensive, but like just more, just like exact same difference from the first to second guild. So like we would raid 3 nights a week, I think, for a couple hours, but there was a lot more prep outside. Like everyone's
okay. A first time message said, check comp WoW banger post. Can you say what it's about? Wait. What do you guys think the chances are it's not actually a good post? It's just this person wrote a post. Comp WoW subreddit. Okay, none of these look like great posts. They're just like regular posts. Is that him? Is it the same name? Dude, you have to have more respect for yourself than that. First time message too? Jesus Christ, man. All right, back to the video.
talking to each other. There's more of a community of,
I guess he got
like,
the
higher
promotion he
keys
wanted.
run, just
I pulled it up on
more
stream in
topics talking.
front of
so it's just,
10,000
like,
people.
Another step up from that. And then
W chatter.
I was in that guild for like a year or two, and then I joined Instant Dollars.
How did you go about
I'm
like,
giving that guy mod.
jumping up these guild? Like, how did you go from get into Idiot and then get into ID? Like, what was
Wait.
Did you?
I tried to give him mod, bro, and it said Very Alive was banned in this channel. Who the fuck banned him? He's just a guy trying to make something out of nothing, you know? He's out here grinding. Fucking banned the guy. Jesus. I can't unban him. Whatever my mods do is final.
In fact, how did
I
you
trust
even
all of them because they all did very credible things to get
into your
promoted to
first
that level.
cutting-edge guild? Because I feel like a lot of people always
Yeah, go
ask,
from
like,
trade chat to a
how do you
cutting-edge
even
guild
get
even.
into
Yeah,
one?
so from the trade shot guild, I knew like I watched a lot of videos of like how to climb guilds or whatever, how like what guilds look for.
Okay,
And since I was
this is what
healing,
you
it was
guys
kinda
need.
weird, but, like,
this is what you guys want. He's read these things and he's about to give you the fucking secret to grinding, bro.
I knew climb guilds or whatever, how like what guilds look for.
Hell yeah.
And since I was healing, it was kind of weird.
Everyone,
but, like, I knew
guys, you're typing. Shut the fuck up and listen.
not the best of the best guilds, but like the guilds I was moving into next cared a lot about healing parses. So that's exactly what I did. I was like standing and stuff, healing myself, pulling a dryny where I would just beacon myself and stand and everything.
What the fuck?
I watched him a lot to do that, and I like got a lot of like.
Oh
tips
shit!
from that,
Random
but-
Dryny slander. Okay.
So I just got like, I think all my parses were like orange or something up to the first 5, and that's where they're progging still. And then I after the guild called Syzygies, and then they were a CE guild and they just needed a holy paladin at the time, so it was kind of lucky timing, and they just thought my logs looked good.
Still listen.
And then it just the exact same thing. I just every single boss I would just
So he says what the obvious is. If you're trying to climb world ranks, get good parses. Which, as much as I have said that there is more to determining skill than parses, he's exactly right. I mean, it's just fucking true, man. Like, when a guild is recruiting you, they might dive deeper into logs, but the reality is they're not even clicking on it if that shit isn't orange. It's simply true. Right? And not that it's wrong either. Like, parses are an incomplete measure of... If you ever look at someone parses and you're like, that player is definitely good, you are saying something you don't have all the information to say what you said. But, like, to have consistently really high parses, you're at least good at doing one thing that makes you good. You know that, like, to be really good at the game, very simply, you have to do the most throughput possible at all times and very quickly in progression, which parses don't really show you necessarily. But because, like, people look at farm more often. And be really reliable, don't greed damage and not die, and do all of those at the same time. Unfortunately, parses on a surface level, and even when you look deeper, it's really hard to see like 70% of their skill level, but you can at least see if they're really good at the 30%. And if they're really good at the 30%, that means they have what it takes to maybe be really good if you played with them, right? So it usually gets you a trial in a guild. It kind of makes sense.
a parse
But he's talking about healer logs, but like healer logs are an even bigger bag of worms.
as high as
but-
I can. Just try to do as much healing as I can because I knew guilds cared about that, and eventually like
Good parses are the college degrees of WoW. Oh my god, that's so true.
eventually
that's
I would stop
so
caring about
true.
that because I know they don't actually matter. But for what I'm doing, I need to get to the next guild. It needs
Yeah,
to matter
for
for
your
me.
purpose. Yeah.
So that's basically all I did until I
That's so
joined
true.
Idiot, and then halfway through Idiot, you're kind of like established at that point. It was like world rank 200 or 300, and it's at that point people don't really care too much about healing. I mean, they still care about healing parses, but like not too much. But it was kind of easy because in Sanctum, I think, is when I swapped.
I mean, I feel like they do. They do care about healer parsing. Like, I don't know. If you have all 100s as a healer, it's just really... Okay, so like you can take 2 healers, right? They're both the exact same player. Sorry, you take 1 healer, this is the same player, and you put them in 2 different guilds. One version of that player might have 100s and the other ones might have 80s or 90s. And the only difference is how good the other healers in that guild are. Right? It just means you're raiding with a bunch of stinkers, so you're doing extra healing because of that. But you know what's also true? Sometimes, and this is why you still recruit the person to take a chance on them, is sometimes you have all 100s and your other healers own, and it's because you super own. Then you might have found a great player, right? And then the whole like staying alive thing is one thing, but sometimes what's true, this is probably more true early in progression than later, like Race to World first, closer to that than like getting barely cutting edge, right? Is like sometimes you need to do enough healing to even get through a fight if possible. And healers will die, but like someone who dies a lot, eventually they're going to kind of learn how to not die. Or maybe you can babysit them. You know what more guilds should do? If you have someone in your raid that's valuable to you, but they kind of die a lot, I used to do this all the time, bro. Give them externals all the time. Like, if you're not utilizing a ton of externals, fucking external them for every single mechanic so they have to think less about that because clearly they struggle with it, and let them thrive at what they're good at, right? You're kind of carrying them a little bit. Maybe you're kind of not helping them get better at the game, but in the short term, you're getting a better result, right? But at least you know, like, when they just have to heal, like, you'll just be alive. Your raid will be alive. You can worry about them being alive other ways, but, like, you can keep the raid alive. So you can, like, we used to have 2 players, right? This is an interesting paradox. Tell me what you guys think you would do here. So you have 2 warrior players, one of which does, like, and this is in the Race World First, keep in mind. This is literally when we are competing for the Race World First. You have 2 warriors. One of them will never get out DPS by another warrior, but they die sometimes. The other player is going to do like 95 percentile, but they never die, right? Who do you want on a 300 pull boss between those 2 options? Someone who literally will do the most damage ever, but dies a decent amount, or the person who does 95s and never dies? The never die guy? Okay, so here's what I think is true. So ideally, you'd rather have a player that never dies and does the most damage ever. That'd be great, right? But sometimes guilds have to choose. You don't have all perfect players on every class, right? I think on a 300 pull boss, which means that boss's damage check is fucking insane, you'd rather have the player that dies more but has a higher ceiling, right? You know that once they learn a fight, you might take some pulls early where they die, but like maybe it doesn't wipe you. You can still learn. But like when it comes down to beating a DPS check like Rivalry or Sludgefist, like you just might kill that boss 10 pulls earlier because this person's doing that much damage. Now this is just in the Race World First. I think if this is a boss that's under 50 pulls, you always take the never die guy. I think if you're in a guild that isn't ranked like top 10 world, you probably always take the never die guy. You guys who said never die, you're probably thinking of your own guild, and you're right. You always want the never die guy that does mostly the good damage. But in the Race World First, you're talking about like extremes. You're talking about having the potential damage at all to even kill this, right? Like remember you guys talking about how Ansurek needed to get nerfed for days? Because even sometimes we surprise ourselves on how much we can optimize damage. That's by having players that can do literally the most damage possible and not someone who's close, you know? So it's kind of a Race World First exception, but like at this level, there are times where you have to make that decision where like, what player do you bring? And it's a more interesting conversation than you'd think. So the reason why I brought that up is it's kind of like the healer thing, right? Like, would you rather have the healer that does 90s and is really consistent, or the healer that is actually a like blow your brains out level of healing, like crazy throughput, but like they need to be carried a little bit? There are probably healer fights like Kurog and Magmarax and most end bosses where like you're going to take 150 pulls, 200 plus pulls to kill this anyway. That's enough. Like basically it's going to take that many pulls for that person to learn how to live, and it might take only 20 pulls for the other person to learn how to live. But like when it comes down to killing that boss, you might need the person that's able to heal you through it, you know? Kind of depends.
Off the mage. And then it was the exact same thing as if I wanted to get into better guilds, DPS parses mattered way more than healing parses at that. So I just went for parses and just I made that my like whole personality kind of.
This was true of me. This was true of, I want to say, basically every amazing player I've ever played with in this guild, which is basically everyone who's ever been in this guild. At one point in time, pushing their output to the most it could be was their entire identity. I don't know why, but like eventually you turn into the person that I think what happens is that's the thing that's fun. So you get so obsessed with it, and then you get so good at it that you don't have to focus all the way on it. And then you start adding other elements of your game to be more consistent. But usually getting good enough to rate it a Race World First level involves at some point in WoW becoming completely obsessed with how much damage or healing you're able to do. And I think that level of obsession is a passion level that allows you to get this good. It is very common. Now, that can be taken the wrong way. Now people are like, people who have never really gotten to that level but constantly grief their guild to do damage or healing are like, bro, I'm on the path. That's not what I'm really saying. Like, I don't know if this is the right thing to do. This is just the most talented people. When they do this, it does seem like it's a step. But there are people who probably do this that aren't good enough to do it, and then they just grief their guild. I don't know, but like that is something, for better or worse, is true of all of the great players. They always do
I
that.
knew guilds only cared about that. If I could get rank 1 on work off log, I could get in any guild I want.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's basically what happened, except a couple
Just wipe
of
your
the
guild and do
Instant
damage,
Dollars
chat. That's
players
the
were
way.
actually
Fuck
watching my
everybody else.
stream while I
Amen.
was progressing Razageth and Idiot.
Uh-oh.
Go tank those
So
ads, you
they
little
already
bitch.
knew, like, they watched me play and they knew my parses were good, so that's how I kind of got the trial and Instant Dollars, and that's how that happened. But I mean, if you're just still climbing guilds, it's still just parses no matter what. If you parse really well, you'll get a trial in the guild. You just have to make sure you obviously don't like die or whatever in your trial and like perform bad, but
Yep.
parses get you into the door really easily.
Yup.
Yeah, it sucks. That's the culture, because I mean, like, parsing shouldn't be what players are chasing after during progression, at least.
But it's the only way. People, it's
But yeah,
a
that is-
it's a learned behavior. Like, you know that parses get you into new guilds, so if you want to get into new guilds, you need to focus on parses. It's that simple. Like, if there was a true metric, if there was some publicly available resource that actually could just tell you accurately how good a player was, like on a scale to 100, people would just use that instead of parses. But that doesn't exist, and that's for a reason. It's because it's impossibly hard to tell that and make a metric like that, and then who's doing it, right? Guilds maybe have their own systems and try to get as close as they can, but the reality is you take parses, which shows part of a player's skill, and then the only way to know if they're good enough is just to play with them, and that's it. If you haven't played with someone and you idolize them for high parses, you have literally no idea how good they are until you play with them. Because you guys all know that feeling. Like, regardless of parses, all of you have played with a player that's like super, is like Mythic Plus or Raid, that's like communicates really well, is never dead. They just have like an aura about them, you know? Like, if you guys ever just played with someone and you're like, God damn, that guy fucking owns. You could play with them one time. You can play with them literally once, and you're like, you leave that Knight of Keys being like, holy fuck, that guy's a fucking animal, you know? Doesn't take a long time. When someone's built like that, you know.
The only way these guilds know how to.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. It's because
determine
okay, so
this
I thought
guild.
about this a lot. I think it's because up to a certain point, players can't do the rotation. So the guilds look for players who can do the rotation as a base level because they know they can teach you to, like, oh, don't die here, or like, don't play less greedy here. So they know you have the base fundamentals of, like, I can hit my buttons, and it's easier to teach how to play safe and like how to do mechanics in like a generic sense than how to exactly play
Dude,
your
I
class.
can't believe someone came in
So I
here and
think it makes
self-promoted
sense,
their
but it
own
definitely
fucking comp WoW post.
is a little weird.
I mean, a good
I
player.
feel like it's
should
And then I
be
tried to
able
mod
do
them,
a
but
lot
one of my
damage,
mods banned
right?
them.
Like,
Yep.
that's something.
Yeah, but I
where-
mean, at the same time, what makes it tricky is, like, oftentimes what I've noticed with parse players is either one, their ego is too big to, like, actually, like, if you tell them not to do something right, they're gonna do it anyways. So
Yeah.
you can't really necessarily.
Those are the players I genuinely feel bad, because I think it's pretty easy to identify these players. The ones that are actually talented and good, like they are like really smart, but they have this like roadblock, and it's their ego, and it's that they can't acknowledge when they make mistakes. Like, it's always someone else's fault. That is the most like self-defeating. You are hard limiting your progression as a person and as like a WoW player to getting better, because I mean, like, dude, everything I've ever done, I've been shit at, and then you like acknowledge what you're shit at about it, and you improve it, and you get better, and then that's how you get good at things. That's how I get good at things. That's how most people get good at things, right? So like, if you're just missing the fundamental step of even acknowledging that you're making a mistake, you're like putting weights on your ankles trying to get better, you know? So hard. And it's so hard to see people that are talented and have that, because you're like, damn, the potential that could be there if they just got out of their own way. There's like two different people. Like, some people look like this, but they're not actually like this. So there's some people whose ego is so big that they can't admit to other people that they made a mistake, but they can still acknowledge within themselves they know they messed up. They just can't admit it to other people. Still shitty personality, but like, they're at least improving, because by acknowledging within their own mind that they made a mistake, they can improve on it, even though everyone else thinks they're insufferable, right? But then there are the people that are truly fucked, which are like, they never reach the top level, which are people that don't even acknowledge to themselves that they made a mistake, because that's like prime. The learning process is broken. You can't get good.
really teach these guys. And I feel like the second thing is they are often greedy, and they're not like actually good like you, Hofo. Like, you're trying to parse while not dying, but these guys are just parsing and they're just fucking dying.
I say that's also the second. Like, if you get really good parses and you never die, you can basically go anywhere.
Yeah,
What is
I
it?
mean,
The
that- 'cause
gross
that's-
realization is that the "I'm never wrong" mentality infests the professional world too. Yeah, no, of course. I mean, there's real life parallels to all of this. The person who never thinks they're wrong, that's not like a WoW specific thing. That's like people are not that are like that in a game are like that in real life. It is unfortunate. Like there are plenty of really talented people at your jobs in their professions or whatever that could be really sick, but like they just can't get out of their own way. Something with the way they were raised, or maybe they were just like nurture versus nature, I guess, but something within them just doesn't let them be good because they cannot admit that it's their fault.
You're obviously like an insane
Which
player
sucks.
if that's true. But like, I think it's, if you're looking at somebody, if
Like
I,
imagine, like what I think of is imagine like the person who's like that as an adult. They're like a 30-plus-year-old person and they simply can't admit when they're wrong. Like imagine how much different their life would have been if someone that they respected when they were like a teenager just sat them down and they're like, look, dude, you're no better than anybody else. It's okay to make mistakes. The best people that you know have made mistakes constantly, and you learn from it and get better. And then they actually like listened to that and resonated with it and changed the way they thought, and their life would be totally different.
if we're
But they just
looking at
didn't have that person, you know?
somebody from a world rank 300 guild and they're not doing like massive damage, like what, how can that person be a player that will be a good player in a better guild, right? Like they're in a guild that's progressing more slowly, right? Because they're lower world rank or playing less hours per day. But
The problem with it takes a real special someone to have that sit down with that person, because if you guys know people like this, they are deeply insufferable because it's so obvious how insecure they are at a base level that like you want to detach from it. You don't want to like have to deal with it. It's pretty easy to just be like, I just don't want to associate with this person, rather than like try to literally change the way they think about shit, you know?
that they should be, if they're in one of these guilds that's lower world rank, they're getting more pulls on these bosses. They're playing with worse players than them. Like, what are they going to be doing with all that extra time on each boss, except for...
Touchpad Warrior says, here's the 2025 version. Look here, Gup. You ain't 100p, not even 1080p. It's Gucci, lock in, flops happen, get good. Bro, you're older than me, I'm pretty sure.
optimizing the hell out of doing a lot of damage.
Wait, maybe
right?
that's not true.
I don't know. A good player should be able to do that, right?
By
And,
like 1 year?
Obviously,
Dude, get owned. You're
a
old.
bad player can also do that sometimes, or like a player can do that and not have the capacity to also do jobs or mechanics or something like that. Like,
You're old.
but
I'm not
there's
old.
no way to filter for that, right? Like that's something that
I'm
you
not
just
old.
got to figure
I've
out.
never been old.
Whereas you can at least know that they do good damage, and if somebody's doing great damage, like they're probably pretty good.
Wait, holy shit. I haven't thought about what class I'm playing this patch until like right now. All right, we'll figure it out in a bit.
You know, it's probably if they are consistently doing great damage on mythic bosses.
We'll talk about that after
you
this.
know, they're
We're almost
living
done with
those
this video.
fights. Maybe their guild only kills bosses on the pulls where they don't int, and they int half the pulls. Like sometimes that happens, but it's at least more effective than nothing to look at, right? Like if you pop open somebody's Warcraft logs and it's a mythic and it's like all 95s or better, or any pop.
Oh, parses are so weird though, because parses only happen when you kill the boss. Like, here's an example. The best moonkin that exists. There's 2 moonkins in a guild, right? And one of them is, let's use Madden overall ratings here, or like FIFA overall ratings. Let's say one of them's a 99 and the other one's a 90. Bro, on pull 60 when you kill that boss, they're probably going to be doing around the same damage and might have an identical parse. But the 99 player for the first 20 pulls will be so indescribably better than the other player. They're more alive, they're figuring things out faster, they're making better talent choices earlier. They're just executing and doing progression level damage significantly faster than the other player. And that's really what separates people at the Race World first level, right? Like being good at this stuff faster. We're trying to kill bosses fast, right? You need a raid full of people that can do this 20 pulls faster than someone else, you know? But like, if you're looking at parses, even first kill parses, those 2 players look the same if they take that long. Which is kind of an interesting paradox of Mythic Plus, because usually raiders are judged by like things you do early in a patch, and Mythic Plus is later. You know? So like when you're looking at someone's Mythic Plus score at the end of a patch, you're kind of judging people on pull 60, if that makes sense. You're seeing people after doing these dungeons hundreds of times instead of the first 3 times. Where I bet the people truly at the top of the Mythic Plus ladder know people who get a rating at the very end of the season that's very high, but they know to avoid those players in the first month because they're that 90 player, not the 99. Does that make sense? Like, if you guys are a high-level Mythic Pluser, I bet you've played with people with really high rating when they're, like, learning a dungeon that learn it way slower than the true goats.
Pop up in somebody else's and it's like 43, 12, 73, 50, right? Like, there's a very good chance that that 95s person is a better player, right? Like, is it possible that the person with the low parses is just like carrying their raid mechanically, or raid leading or something like that? Like, yeah, it's possible, but
High Mythic Plus rating doesn't mean shit. Yeah, it does. It means you were able to do something at a certain point. The only problem is like people look at your rating at the end of the season. And basically, Mythic Plus rating is a combination of like time and the people you're queuing with and skill. It's a lot of different. It's like parses, right? It doesn't tell the whole story. Like, you could have a high Mythic Plus rating and literally buy a boost. That's an extreme example, but you could also have a high Mythic Plus rating and have taken all season of trying to get there and have the same result as someone who was there for a long time and just kind of hit their ceiling of how high keys can go. And those two players are vastly different, but the rating only tells you part of the story. It's just exactly like raid parses.
on average, the 95s person is going to be a lot better.
Yeah, funny story. So back in Legion, when I was just pugging keys, I was
Okay.
like a 4K IO boomkin, and some 5K
Where's this
IO
going?
Korean group invited me to their key,
Okay.
and like I was like surprised they actually invited me. Like, that's a big IO difference.
Yeah.
And like I ended up playing with these guys, and I did pretty well. So they ended up adding me, and they would like hit me up occasionally. They weren't like my main push group or anything. It was just like I was
Where's
like
this
the pub
going?
guy that they would just occasionally invite to play with them. And so like just like one random time after a couple sessions of playing with them, I'm like, so why did you guys even invite me in the first place? And then the Warlock was like, oh yeah, like we looked up your logs and you had like a bunch of
Oh, interesting.
99s or whatever. Like that
So they
was the
saw
only
his
reason
raid
why we
logs.
invited you. I was like, I mean, hey, it even works at M plus. Like I'm out here with logs and back.
So rating and Mythic Plus, I often hear people say they're different skill sets. That's completely false. The rating and Mythic Plus are the exact same skill set. The thing that's different is the information base. So it's just like there's just a certain amount of things you need to know. You need to pull a boss enough time to know when the timers are going to happen and what you need to prepare for. You need to do a Mythic Plus dungeon enough to know what casts are dangerous and what packs you need to look out for and like change your routing and stuff. Like you need to do each enough to do, but like the skill set of like playing PvE WoW, literally identical. But recruiting people for a Mythic Plus dungeon that have high parses could be smart because they have a ceiling that maybe other people can't reach, I guess, because like it does sometimes just come down to like doing as much damage as you can. And recruiting people in raid, like I don't know, if you're like a mid-tier cutting edge guild, would you guys look at people's Mythic Plus score as a factor in recruiting them? I think you should. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily show their skill. It just shows that they care. Like back in the day, when you wanted to like keep getting better at WoW before Mythic Plus existed, maybe you did challenge modes, but like you probably just kept running raids because it was the only thing you did. What Mythic Plus is, and what the best thing Mythic Plus has ever been for this game, is it's a way to PvE endlessly, and PvE is goated, right? Like PvE combat's great, but Mythic Plus is the thing in the game designed to just let you PvE permanently. You know who's going to get a lot better at the game? People who are doing something a lot. So if you're Mythic Plusing a lot and someone's joining your raid, it shows you that they have passion for the game in general, very important. And it shows you that they have a lot of time to like play PvE a lot, so they're going to get a lot better. Anyone who just is generally good at something and just does it a lot, guess what? You're going to get fucking a lot better at it, you know? So I think that should be, I don't even know what you guys answered, but like the answer should be yes. Like you absolutely should, because it just tells you a lot about how someone plays the game. Like for example, if you recruit a raider that doesn't ever do Mythic Plus and they have like decent parses, that's not a great sign because it means they're not going to always be super geared in progression because maybe they don't have time and depends on different time commitments. But like oh well, our guild's different because like almost none of our players Mythic Plus except for out of necessity. But when they were getting to this point, they absolutely would have. There's just weird race to world first thing where you just like do the race and everything else just becomes insignificant. That is a thing. People care about parses before they come to the guild. They do the race. They don't care about parse anymore. People Mythic Plus all the time before they come to the guild. They do the race world first. It doesn't matter anymore.
Got me invited to
But like before this level, I think it's a really important metric.
higher IO groups. I don't think that really happens nowadays, but that was definitely a thing before. And it's funny, like for the opposite too, is also true. I've heard from some chatters who like talked about getting back into raiding for the first time in like I don't know since like Warlords of Draenor or whatever.
Max, I don't know. Max, I somewhat disagree with that because you're sort of in a vacuum. Okay, you do not know where I am. I've seen a lot of people with high Mythic Plus rating and only Mythic Plus gear come in and be total crappers on raid mechanics. Very important. Well, I'm not saying that someone who has high Raider IO score is going to be good in a raid. I'm saying, like, if they already are someone you're recruiting, you should look into their Mythic Plus score to see how much they play the game outside of it, right? And I just told you that Mythic Plus, just like parses, you could recruit someone with all 100s and they will be dog shit. I played with someone... I've said this multiple times, but I used to play with someone that was #1 Warcraft All-Stars for multiple tiers in a row on a spec, and they were easily the worst player in the guild. they were sat on everything. They were terrible. Like, that doesn't mean you're good. The same thing, Mythic Plus rating doesn't mean you're good. It just means that it can give you extra information. If someone already has good parses and they have a high Mythic Plus score, maybe that's just an extra piece of information you can use. But also, someone could have a high Mythic Plus score and they fucking stink and they just do Mythic Plus a lot, so naturally their score goes up, right? Those people exist. Those people can RNG into a group that is really good and they just get carried, you know? But if you just play the game all the time, that can happen.
And I'm like, how the hell do you just like get into a cutting edge guild? Because that's something people ask all the time.
Or they could be the right
like,
class.
not rated for such a long time.
Do you guys remember when AUG first came out, before people really understood the power of AUG? Like, the people that wouldn't time their Breath of Eons with the group's 2 minutes, they would just slam it on cooldown at the end of a pack or something and just like be fucking like I mean, if you guys did Mythic Plus in season 2 or season 3 of Dragonflight, you know what I'm fucking talking about, where you would just recruit an AUG with Mythic Plus score, and of course they have the Mythic Plus score because they get invited to every group, and man, were they fucking bad. Like, they just had no idea what was going on. They were only in that position because an AUG was in every group and they always got invited. That can happen to any
And he
class,
was like,
any
oh,
season.
I just had a couple of titles or whatever.
Or I guess maybe I'm using AUG as an example, but like, you can also apply this to any class that's super broken. And there's like a certain Mythic Plus rating where you're just going to run into the Fodom rerollers, but the not good ones. And everyone knows what that looks like. Remember like remember Fodom Havoc rerollers in season 3? Remember like Fodom Mage rerollers? Like, I mean, it's just, you all know what that looks
actually
like.
got him invited into a cutting edge guild. So like these accolades kind of.
Oh my god. If Enhanced Shaman is ever meta, is that this season? Or Enhanced Shaman's meta this season? Bro, I swear Enhanced is so hard, man. If you are a Fodom Enhanced reroller for the damage, that class is built kind of squishy if you don't know what you're doing. And they're genuinely hard. Like, they're a hard class to play. So like, I bet Fodom Enhanced Shamans are the biggest feeders on Earth.
Carry over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, get just the advice of like, yeah, go for parses in these. I think
Not
it's
really hard though. It is. Yeah, it is. So it's actually a little bit easier in this patch, but just generally speaking, I've played I've played like melee for a really long time. In the Race World first, around it, done more tanking like MDI, Mythic Plus stuff, but like I feel very confident in like playing all of the melee. And I would argue that you could argue a few other versions of specs, but like to argue that Enhance isn't in whatever the highest tier of melee difficulty is I mean, that's just nonsense. Like, when you're playing the elemental piano keys version, anything with Ice Strike plus Frost Shock and stuff like that, like there's just a lot of things you have to track, and the way that you play the class is not the same as other classes. Like, most melee have very obvious builder spender things, since people are used to like the rune system now. Enhance plays totally differently. Things light up for a reason that doesn't make sense, right? Like, you can have 5 buttons light up and you have to just know which the right one is to press. And you might think like, oh, well, I've played it long enough and that's easy to me. But for people who are learning it, for people who are Fodom re-rolling, that is not obvious, even with a good weak aura package. And that is something where their damage will suffer a lot, but also it's a big cognitive difference. It turns out when a class is created well and when something glows and you're supposed to press it, that makes it easy on your mind. And when 5 things are glowing and you have to pick which glowing thing you want to press, that actually is objectively just increasing the amount of decisions your brain has to make in a moment. And it is just simply harder.
because like
for a
people
lot
will
of
give
people.
you there'll be people who don't like that advice, but I think it's actually, that does make a lot of sense, like what you
Because
did.
it's weird advice because you're telling them not to play how they should play in a raid fight just to get in like a better guild, you know?
Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, like if you like, you know, if you're in a guild and it's like, yeah, you see yourself as a mechanical player and you're doing low damage, like it actually is true that if you can do more damage and still live.
Dude, someone just rips first time message. They just rip out of nowhere. You're so old, it's crazy. God damn. That is fucking insane flame. That's just completely out of nowhere
You will
too.
be becoming a better player, right? Like there are
Dude,
people
I
that
am
are
old.
playing too conservatively.
I turned
and they're,
32 last week.
You know, never taking any risks, and you will be
That's
a better
tough.
player if you try and do more damage and also live, right? Like, because you need to live to do a good parse.
Yes, just like finding a job. It's like when I was looking for a software engineering job at the time, the advice that people always gave was to study lead code, right? And study like it's basically not.
Oh wait.
It's like bullshit problems that like test your problem solving, but it's not what you actually do in the workforce. So it's exactly this example. Like you're doing something that makes your logs look really good, but you're not actually like good at the job itself.
Oh, this is a good example.
And yeah, I mean, it's just such a shitty way to go about it, but it is what it is.
I mean, the Peter principle is kind of like that too. Like when you're a really good salesman and then you get promoted naturally, because that's what happens when you're good at your job, you get promoted, but then you get promoted to the head of sales or the manager of sales or middle management. And now your job is, yeah, it's also sales, but it's also managing people. Now you're managing other salesmen. There's nothing up until that point in your job that has shown that you know how to manage people, only sell things, right? That is the same as looking at logs. Like if you look at someone's logs, you know that they're good at part of the job. And being a sales manager, you do need to be good at sales, but you also need to be good at managing people. But there's no way for them to know if you are or not, other than like a vibe check on your personality. And you recruit them to that job based on part of the information you need, and you just hope it works out. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. It's the same thing with WoW raiding guilds and recruiting people. You just can't always know 100% of the information you need. You just need to take a flyer on somebody.
So how did you get into Echo from ID, Hopeful?
Oh, here we go. How did you get from Echo to ID? Or ID to Echo? So here's another piece of information you guys want. What's it like to get invited to a top guild? Let's see.
I mean, I think at that point, once you go from a guild like Instant Dollars to one of the guilds like Liquid or Echo, it just has to be word of mouth. Like, as soon as we killed Fyrek, I got a DM from Echo, basically, asking like to meet with me. I think if you're generally, I don't want to like say, if you're generally applying to guilds like that, it's not a good sign. But if they're reaching out to you, like you just have to wait for that kind of.
Yeah, we haven't accepted someone that has applied to our guild as the initial form of communication since Nighthold, which was almost 9 years ago. So yeah, I mean, that's not the only way you're getting invited to one of these guilds is people knowing of you, hearing of you. But like I said before, you just gotta be the best player in your guild, get recruited to another one, and then continue that cycle until you're in a high enough guild, get our attention, then we'll look into it, and then that happens. That is kind of the only way it works now.
I don't know. If
Yeah.
you really want like a pipeline, you have to go to one of the guilds that Echo or Liquid look at, basically, because they're.
I mean, there is another way. Like, we've recruited some people like this where, like, he mentions word of mouth. Like if someone like Ben or Evade or Boomy or Fired Up or Shaq or anyone, like, unprompted came to me and was like, hey, I've been, like, doing a bunch of Mythic Plus with this guy, and he raids in a pretty good guild, and I think this guy's fucking sick. You know? Then we might, like, fast track or look into it. Because that's, like, a credible vouch from someone who really knows what they're talking about, you know? Like, that can matter. But, like, generally speaking, it's just that. You just need to be, and also be the right role at the right time, you know? Like, it's easier to get recruited on some roles rather than others, right? Like, if we have a bunch of really good, like, warlocks or something, and you happen to be a goat warlock, it might be a hard time to get into Liquid, you know? Like, it kind of depends.
It's like the Instant Dollars, Vodka, Method, Patriarch, yes. It's basically guilds that they're just going to look at, you know, for players. And then if you are good enough, I believe, like, it'll just spread through word of mouth, and you'll get your opportunity.
Yeah, I
I
think
think it also
that
helps that you have a presence. Hopefully, it was like, I mean, at least when I first started playing keys with you, like, it was just like I remember everyone was always talking about like, oh, I was like, this is my buddy Hopeful. He's a really good mage. You know, oh yeah, you know, we can play some keys with Hopeful. And then the first thing I see is you just fucking flame striking mobs to get your overall damage up.
Yep. Because also, fun fact, like for parsing too, to get in better guilds, if you want more viewers on Twitch, you got to do more damage on the meters. So
Oh.
that's what I was also
True.
starting to like.
You got to do the old Dr. J strat. I didn't even believe he did this until I watched his stream. And I don't know if he still does this. I actually don't even know if he still streams. But he used to do Mythic Plus, and he would pop his cooldowns. And every single time he was about to, like, pop his details, he would natty reset details. So, like, all the damage before he popped his cooldowns are gone, and it's just like only showing him like right when he uses all of his CDs. And I'm like, bro, that's legendary shit right there. Like if I'm someone else in that group, I'm legit mad. But like if you're trying to like farm people thinking you're sick in Twitch chat, it goes hard because like people are dumb, you know. It goes hard. It's sick. That does give you more viewers. He's 100%
For the
right.
first time, so anything to get my number on details higher, I was doing that. It was great.
Okay, yeah, and then you build up like a fan club, and the fan club
and
is
then
your
I start
PR
playing
team
with
that gets
actual,
you
like,
into guilds.
Yeah,
Actual
he
M+
has a
groups and
crazy
actual
PR
guilds,
team.
and then I start being like, oh, maybe I'll pyroblast this.
Because a bunch of
mob once in a
randoms on
while.
Twitch will just like idolize your parses, just assuming that means everything. Because they care about damage. So like someone who does really high damage is like their god, you know. And then they'll just talk about you in a bunch of Twitch chats. I remember that was like that for him. Like before, it was even like when he was in Instant Dollars. Like if anyone ever talked about sick mages, they would be like fired up, obviously, because he has like a long history of like competing in the world first at the highest level. And then they'd be like hopeful, someone who had not even been in the race world first yet. But people are putting Hopeful's name on the same level as Fired Up purely based on parses and streaming. Like he had a sick PR team, right? But that helps you get places.
You know, I'll swap a little bit.
That's kind of genius, yeah.
Having a good PR team
That's
matters.
like just on a cynical level, like just pad really hard to get word or to get invites into stuff and to like get a stream viewership, and then it works out. Yeah, I mean, hell yeah, makes sense.
How do healers move up with parses not being relevant? They move up by parsing because parses are relevant to everyone recruiting. That's the reality.
I think there's like doing Giga overall as well in M plus also is also a skill, right? Like again, obviously you want to be able to turn that off if you're pushing super high keys, but like there are people, all the best people can do that if they want to, right? Like that's something that
wait, what did
you
Dranos
should
just
be
say?
able to do, right? Like again, obviously you want to be able to turn that off if you're pushing super high keys, but like there are people, all the best people can do that if they want to, right? Like that's something that you should be able to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember Boomy. Boomy this patch did one of the most impressive. It's like not as impressive because you just know he's goated, but like he had never played Enhanced Shaman before. He made his Enhanced Shaman like I think 1 week before I started watching him do high keys with Yips. He did like one farm clear on it. And then he's in like the highest keys with Yips, shot calling every stop while just fucking blasting shit and never dying. Like that is so fucking insanely hard. Like that is not a class. Like an Enhanced Shaman with that many buttons is not the class you want to pick up right away. You know, it like takes time. But also doing that and having the ability to like shot call everything is legit fucking crazy.
Some people don't. Some people don't really think about like just padding with Flame Strike and some key to do more overall.
You know, that is actually something. Like, when we're talking about Raiders versus M+ers, one thing I've noticed is when you're in, like, Raid, a lot of Raiders are really good at doing single target, and they know how to do all that, but when it comes to knowing how to, like, cleave down mobs or, like, how to just, like, AoE properly, for some reason, it's just, like, it's not really there for Raiders. You'll see this all the time. You'll see like on certain fights, the M+er just does so much better at that, and then for the single target fights, the Raider just like suddenly does so much better.
I have no idea what he's talking about, but I wasn't on the podcast, so I don't have the opportunity to ask him. What he's trying to say is that Raiders don't know the optimal times to pop CDs in dungeons. Yeah, I mean, I guess when he's saying this, I'm like referring to my Raiders, but like probably my guild is probably separate from this, right? But like he's just talking like you just play with anyone who's like a Raider player, not a dungeon player. Like they don't know what to do in dungeons at like a lower guild level. I doubt he means the Echo and Liquid guys. Yeah, I'm trying to think of it as like maybe it's like a. Because he does a lot of Mythic Plus. Like he has a lot more perspective than me. He's saying Raiders are bad at AoE raid fights. What was their response to that? Let's see.
And then for the single target fights, the Raider just like suddenly does so much better.
True.
Okay, I think both of them are having the exact same reaction I had. Okay. The long drawn out pause.
Okay,
into
I
the
have another
trio.
question for you, Hopeful. Then, what was the? Obviously, like you did a tier
Complete
of
topic change.
World first. You won the MDI right after that, and then you decided that of the two, Race World First is what you were going to continue doing. What was that experience like? Like, how did you make?
He's talking about raiders that don't know what a stop or dispel is. I think he's talking about specifically. By the way, I think it's possible like we misunderstand him. I'm not saying he's like wrong or whatever. Dorky's smart, but they weren't talking about stops or dispels at all. They were talking about Mythic Plus fights like doing damage, I think. But yeah, that is true. I mean, like if you're doing dungeons a lot, you'll definitely, when you get to a raid boss that like requires like a CC chain or roots or stuff like that, you're going to be better at doing that because you simply practice doing really good damage while also weaving in stops. So it's objectively true that you'll be better at that. I don't think that's what he's talking about. Because I think he's talking, when he said like AoE fights, I think he's referring to like AoE Mythic Plus fights. Like a Mythic Pluser might be better at something like Brood Twister than like a raider. Which I could like kind of see that. Like if there's someone in your raid who is a Mythic Pluser more than someone else in your raid, like they might acclimate to a fight like Brood Twister more. Or Brood Keeper back in Vault, like that, like a true AoE fight. But then he said raiders are better on single target fights. But I don't know if he's referring to like single target in a dungeon or single target in a raid. But like I don't know why a Mythic Pluser would be bad at doing single target. You do it all the time in Mythic Plus. Why would you be not good at that? I don't know. I would definitely stick with the long pause into the topic change. I don't quite get it. I would need more context.
Playing the Race World First, like that's made you want to keep doing it.
I mean, it's just like what I wanted to do in the game, basically. Like, I've always liked raiding over M+. I think when I first got into M+, it was just something I could continuously do every day and stream it. It wasn't like...
Yeah.
Like, I enjoyed doing it, but I definitely enjoyed...
Bro, Mythic Plus has always existed in WoW. It just used to be spamming raid clears for fun to do more damage. That's just what it was from, like, the beginning of this game until Legion. You just did... And kind of challenge modes in MoP and WoD, but, like, you just... If you wanted to... If you had that bug where you were just obsessed with the fucking game, there was only one way to express it, and it was just spam doing PvE. Mythic Plus is just the best way to spam PvE.
Raiding way more, and I think that just carried over to like now. Like, I still enjoy raiding more than M+, and if I have to pick one, I'd rather just pick raiding. You know. So it's
Easy
only
answer.
about enjoyment for me, basically.
Okay, I think
That's
this
kinda
is
interesting.
where we're
That's
gonna
actually, like, a
stop
lot of the
watching.
liquid players. I've noticed that like not a lot of the liquid players are interested in doing M+.
Yeah, but then Echo is though. Like that's the thing that's like it's easy to say like, oh, like if you're in a Race World First guild, you don't like to Mythic Plus, but like Echo does hella Mythic Plus, right? But I mean, both guilds, like I remember Flex in here saying like you couldn't pay me to do Mythic Plus. Like there's definitely a lot of players in both guilds that would never do Mythic Plus for any reason. But I think a large part of that is the amount of maintenance work you need to do in farm is so huge that like you don't want to play the game outside of it. Like for example, if all you did in the Race World First is you did your weekly reclears on Tuesday and then you had nothing to do for the rest of the week, I would bet almost every player in the guild would do Mythic Plus all the time. But the reality is you raid like multiple days just doing the same raid over and over again, and that kind of burns you out. So like the idea that you would do that and then log on a different day to do Mythic Plus is something that only applies to a few players, you know, which is at least true in our guild.
Whereas like with Echo, it's usually the opposite. There's like a whole
Yeah, I know
lot
for a
more
while.
He says that.
over and-
It was like 4 of the top 5 MDI teams had an Echo healer. That was
Like THD fucking hates Mythic Plus. He would never do Mythic Plus, but also THD would be the most goated Mythic Plus player. He's like the most ethical raider ever as far as like using his utility and stuff to make things better.
something for a while.
All
Yeah,
right. So
that's
now it
interesting.
seems like they say
Okay, we've got a Patreon question to go to next. This one comes from Tally that says, "My best memories of MDI are from a Taldazar."
Yeah, we don't need it. Who cares? New dungeons, tanks and healers need to be OP. True, talked about it a million times. Fellowship. Yeah, we can stop here. W. W. True W. Let me in. Less than 1 hour. Dude, I'm gonna say from I think Legion through at least through the beginning of Shadowlands. So Castle Nathri was like this, where it was more often than not, the maintenance did not go the full duration. Like I remember in Shadowlands and Castle Nathria, they announced like 3 8-hour maintenances and they were over in 3 hours, 5 hours, and I think one of them was up in like an hour. It was like a 5-hour maintenance and it was over in an hour. And then probably since, I want to say a Mirdrasil, even Sepulcher, honestly, I feel like it's just been multiple years where the maintenance just doesn't come up early. It just doesn't happen. It's like it's extended, if anything. Max, who in your opinion is the best WoW Raider of all time, current and historical? Answer plus elaboration, please, and thank you. I mean, there's no way to answer that question. Like, people in Twitch chat will just, like, type their favorite player, but, like, no one knows the answer to that because so much of skill is being in the weeds with someone and, like, seeing how they handle problems and how quickly they solve them on top of how much damage they do and how much they live. And literally no one can know that by watching them. You have to play with them. And no one's done that with everyone, so who knows? So basically, Kungan. Bro, should we watch some Kungan clips when he came back in Castle Nathria? They're so fucking good, man. They're so fucking good. If I were to guess anyone, and I'm like excluding people from, I'm actually going to even exclude all current players, because the answer of like who the best player is ever is probably a current player. But, like, there's just bias involved there. I'm just going to go back and say Kuznam, actually. The old Method raid leader. The reason why is, like, that was back when you raid led and, like, played at the same time. And if you hear people... Because I think, like, exactly how good you are is probably the opinion of the people around you that play with you, right? It's not your opinion. It's not, like, Twitch chat's opinion. They don't really... It's, like, what people in the guild would say about you that play with you. And, like, everyone who played with Kuznam said he was, like, basically their best player. And he wasn't, like, fake raid leading, which is what a lot of people do, where they, like, basically just only focus on their performance. And then, and then they just raid lead with whatever they have left. He was, like, a raid leader first, meaning, like, he was actually a sick raid leader. And they obviously had a lot of success. And people were like, he's the best player in this guild. And knowing how much, having done it myself, like how much extra mental capacity you need to actually raid lead that well and play and be your guild's best player is like, I don't even know what could even compete with that. Like you could not possibly be that good while not trying to raid lead because you're just doing so much more with your mind. So yeah, I don't know. Probably him if I were to guess. At least that's who I looked up to the most. I think that guy's sick. But also I never played with him, so I don't know. You know, I only know what people said about him. But also some of that I don't know. Like, I actually don't know how good of a raid leader he was, you know? Like, I feel like when most people hear of raid leading, they just listen to people calling things out during the fight, which he was very active with doing. And that's an element of raid leading that's very important. But, like, what actually makes you good at raid leading at a Race World First level is your ability to, like, lead your team through the problem-solving process of being able to kill basically an impossible boss and find a way to make it possible. It's all of the little micro decisions and infinite millions amounts of problems that happen, and your ability to get through those quickly is what makes you good at this, right? Like, at a Race World First level, that's 80% of your success and why you're good. Where, like, if you're not the ones figuring out the fight and you're watching a video, probably 80% of your success is your ability to call things. But that's a very minor thing. So the thing is, I've never raided with Kuznam, so I don't know how much of their success in figuring things out really fast, which they were clearly really good at, was him or, like, a group of people, or it's usually always a group of people, but, like, how much he was involved with that. So, like, basically the reason I can't truly rate him is I don't know how involved or how good he was at the thing that makes you good at this, because I've never done it with him, and no one could ever know unless you know. Like, even in the Race World First, you guys unfortunately don't get to see this. I wish you could. But, like, you know what? When you're watching the stream, you can hear it because we don't mute our comms, but, like, we finish a pull, and then clearly I'm drawing something up on my second monitor and talking about it with my entire guild, and you can hear us talking about it, and you can see me like moving my shit around and notating it, and all of our raid has it on their second monitor, but you don't get to see any of it, right? Like if you guys could actually see all of the extra strategy and game planning that goes into like the little tiny fixes that go into every single attempt, you would understand what we do a lot more. You just don't, right? And that's kind of what I'm pointing out. You have no idea really how good I am at this or how good Stripe is at this because you don't see this process. So that's why I don't really know how good Custom is, because I wasn't there for that. Self-glaze? I'm not glazing myself. I could be bad, right? I'm saying you have no idea how good or bad I am at that. It could be a bad thing, I guess, right? Any guild you wish you could have played with historically? Probably that version of Method. Method before they split from Serenity. Before they split to become Serenity. So like, what was it? Was it WAD Method? I wanted to be in that guild, bro. That'd be hype. Maybe Paragon. Except not really, because I would just be sitting there having no fucking clue what anyone was saying. Max, I'm not asking to cause drama or anything. I'm just curious, but like, do you have any issues with Stripe outside of WoW, or are you both kind of chill with each other? There's like some shit within the guild. Like I think for one, I think it's hard for our two guilds to get along in our position, you know? Like if you were to just play this over in a simulation multiple times, like it's probably just going to end up with there being a little shit both ways, because like we're competing and we both compete really hard and we both really care about winning. We both really don't want the other team to win. And also it doesn't help that like we both have rabid fan bases that fucking hate the other team. That certainly adds into the rivalry, and like you don't have any control over that. But I don't think I have any issues with Stripe as a person. I don't think. Just speaking for myself, I don't have any real issues there, but we both are just doing a job opposing each other, and you know, like I mean we've sat down and talked about shit before. I don't know if Stripe and I like fully vibe on like a person level, like we're super like similar people. I think we're very different people actually, but not in like a bad way. But yeah, no, I think it's like, I think most of the like Echo stuff is not leadership. It's like stuff that's happened in a few races from some people. Do you think Liquid are going in as favorites this race? I don't really think of shit like that. We just do the same thing every time and we win, or we don't, you know? Drama. The race is better with drama. I mean, yeah, as a viewer perspective, of course. Like, if there's more stakes, people love watching. I mean, look at OnlyFans, right? Like, OnlyFans is Jersey Shore for chronically online people. Like, drama made OnlyFans entirely, right? So if there was just extra drama in the race, people care more about it because drama sells, you know? Max, no flame, but since you and Stripe are the only two world first raid leaders, don't you guys have kind of a monopoly on that profession? Like, what happens when either of you retire? I don't know. Someone else would start doing it and learn. I think it's actually really easy to learn in both Stripe and I's position. If Stripe and I both just like, kind of morbid, but if like, let's just say somehow we just died or we were gone, I think it'd be pretty easy for some, well, easy is one thing, but like, it'd be, someone could jump into my position and get good at it pretty quickly because they are given the problems to solve to get good at it, right? Like, think about Method, for example. Like, I think it's way harder for like the raid leader of method to get really sick at their job than it would be for someone to replace me. Because naturally, when you're like ahead, you are the ones having to solve all these problems, and like the people behind you kind of have some of them solved for them. So you are like just simply doing less of the thing you need to constantly do to get better, right? It's one of Method's biggest issues, I think, is that like the jump from getting third to winning is so hard because the most important thing you're really not able to practice while trying to go as fast as you can. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like someone could, if I was gone, there's plenty of really smart people in the guild that could learn to do what I do over time. Surely if you're method with a long-term goal to win, you just never look at other people's strats. Nah, that's not really viable. You have sponsors and people that want to watch your thing. The farther you are behind and not in contention, the less sponsors are interested, the less viewers you have, the less money you make, and it's hard to sustain this over a long period of time. It might be the right thing to do to get better at that aspect of it, but it's probably the wrong decision overall. Like, think about it. Think about how hyped you guys were about Method last year because they killed Silken Court when they did, or they killed the boss a few hours after Echo. You know, even though Echo slept in, and even though staying up to kill Silken Court, regardless of the result, was probably a mistake, in my opinion, it still gets the people excited. And honestly, people rooting for you and feeling like you can win can motivate you a lot. And motivation is a huge part of this. You lose motivation, you're done. So, I don't know. It might have been worth it for the motivation. Yeah, that's something I can't know without being in the guild. Like maybe the loss of sleep and waking up later on the reset. Because I've already factored in the gear they got versus the waking up later, and I definitely think that was a mistake. But like it's possible that if they didn't do that, they would have been mentally defeated and not come anywhere close. If they went to bed earlier. And the fact that they did kill it in the same reset gave... I mean, you can't know that though, right? That's like something you'd have to feel in the guild, you know? How many raiders are active roster of Liquid? I think we have 30 players. Is it legal to use IRL consumables in the race world first, like Adderall and shit? Yeah, dude, you could do fucking anything. Word on the street is our whole guild is coked up the whole time. Bro, could you imagine how shit that would be? Could you imagine how, like, bad that would be? Or even Adderall. Can you imagine a bunch of like fucking gamers on Adderall for the first time when the raid came out? That would be such a hilarious cell phone. It would make you significantly worse. It'd be so bad. It'd be pretty fun to watch though. Just a bunch of dudes tweaking out. It'd be sick. We need a Race to World first doping scandal. Yeah, you already hear our raiders being kind of crazy. Can you imagine if they were like that, but also on Adderall? Holy fuck. And not even have ADHD, which will give you a totally different effect. Yeah, that'd be something. I'm going to project here, but I'm betting like half of your raid team already takes Addy on the daily anyway. You all have ADHD. Yeah, or maybe undiagnosed. Very possible. Like, one thing that's true about ADHD is you, like, turbo hyperfixate on shit. And I firmly believe that that has been, like, a big reason that I've been successful in my life. Because everything I've ever been really good at, I've just been so obsessed with it in a way that is purely because of that I think it's like helped propel me. So like when it comes to being, the rest of your life can be shit, but when it comes to being specifically good at one thing, ADHD hyperfixation is kind of broken. It's like fucking crazy. Now there's so many other downsides, but for specifically that, it is kind of sick. So I could believe it. Max, would you say that every Liquid Raider is a proficient multi-classer, or it depends on who it is? I think anyone that's good enough to be in this guild is absolutely capable of that. So the thing with multi-classing is and the thing with being this good at the game is you can't be as good at the game as you have to be in this guild without loving playing the class that you play. Like, for example, I don't think you could just have any player in this guild and be like, hey, I want you to do this, like a different role or a different class. But when they don't even really like playing, they're not going to be as good at it. But I do believe that anyone in the guild that likes the class could be at an extremely high level at that thing. Yeah. And usually they are. But oftentimes you don't need people to do that. Like certain roles like melee are multi-classers because there's only a certain amount of melee spots, and you usually have as many players in your guild as there are melee spots, so they have to be able to cover multiple things. But like ranged, for example, like Fired Up might be the best multi-classer or one of the best multi-classers in our guild, but it doesn't have to, because you usually need one mage in your raid, and he's really good at mage, right? So like you don't need him to do that. Same thing with like Moonkins historically. You kind of always need a Moonkin on roster. Do you need them to multi-class? Maybe, but probably not, I guess recently Moonkins have kind of multi-classed to AUG and like Evoker in general as like a very natural switch. But like Warlock too, if you need a Warlock. Like now that the game is raid buff focused, if you have a player that's kind of your main player on the class that brings a raid buff, you don't need them to multi-class. But I don't know, like tanks have to multi-class. Healers rarely multi-class, honestly, because healing is like by far the hardest role in the race in my opinion. And healing is so specific and healers are so different that multi-classing as healer at this level is very, very hard. And we have a few players who can do that, and some of them can, all of them can cover like two things, but being able to play all of them at the highest level is like, we probably only have like one or two players that can do that. Very rare. But tanks, it's kind of, I feel like tanks just always multi-class. You just play the best tank every patch. Because like if you get tanking, you get tanking, tanking, there's people who don't get tanking. There's sick players that just, they don't quite get it. But, like, if you ever just understand how to tank, that skill is enough to push you through on any tank class. They kind of all have similar things. You can bind Demon Spikes and Shield Block to the same button. You can bind your main Shield Wall to the same button. And then you have a bunch of similar stuff. And every class is, like, slightly different ways of living. But, like, if you get it, you, like, get it, Little bitch. Max, when was the game not raid buff focused? I started playing in Shadowlands. I have a handy dandy sheet for this. The one that you guys ended up guessing the raid comps had exactly this. So like this is you guys guessing the raid comps, but at the top of this list it shows you the progression of raid buffs. So in Legion there were 0. There was like 0, and then, or maybe it was the previous expansion, WoD, where there was 0. Basically, there was multiple. WoW has gone through multiple cycles where raid buffs didn't exist, and then raid buffs like defined the game, and then like a few expansions later, they removed them again. They kind of always do that. But yeah, in BFA, you only had like this many. DK is kind of a stretch, but ended up being true on basically every end boss. But also you had scrolls for most of these things. I think you had scrolls for everything non-monk and DH related. So Battle Shout and Warlock. Like Battle Shout, Arcane Intellect, Fort, all that stuff could be brought with a scroll. And then they got rid of those. I think they should bring those back for Mythic Plus. The scrolls were not as good. Yeah, but like, so Shadowlands was kind of the same thing, except later in the expansion, they added Windrush Totem, or not Windrush Totem, sorry. What is it called? Wind Fury? Wind Fury Totem? Is that it? Is that the right word? That can't be the right word. Is it Wind Fury? Okay, they added Wind Fury Totem, which made Enhanced required. And then Dragonflight, they added a second Paladin buff. They added a Rogue buff. They introduced Augs, in which their tuning required 2 of. They added a Hunter buff, and they added a Druid buff. So Dragonflight is when they fully... And Shadowlands, they removed scrolls, too. Dragonflight's when they fully doubled down on raid buffs. Then in this expansion, they removed one. They removed the second Paladin buff. And also, they changed the raid buff that used to only be for Enhanced. They just gave it to Shaman in general. Yeah. I've talked about this before. Even as someone who, like, I am probably the singular person, as well as, like, maybe a few others in the game that would have the most fun with raid buffs being gone. So, like, in raid specifically, if raid buffs were gone, you know how much fun I could have, like, truly coming up with what the best possible comp would be in a given raid would be so fucking creative and so specific to a guild's skill set. It'd be so interesting. It would make what I do so much more fun. I still think raid buffs are good for the game. In raid, I think the fact that every guild that's doing like 20-man content have, like, you need one of basically every spec, and you still have a decent amount of variety after that, I think that's good. I think the alternative to that is, like, kind of hard to pull off for most guilds. I think it is a good thing that, like, if you are a hunter, like, every guild just kind of just needs one hunter. I think that's a good thing. Now, in Mythic Plus, that is not true. Like, Mythic Plus not being defined on your class's pure strengths, and it's purely some cases like, well, where are we getting our Mark of the Wild? Where are we getting our Fort buff? Like, there's just things you feel like you need in high-level Mythic Plus, and I feel like raid buffs have a negative interaction. Because, like, imagine the Hunter buff in dungeons. It's fucking irrelevant, Imagine grips in dungeons. Not needed. Imagine a trophic poison in dungeons. You don't care, Like, imagine Mystic Touch in dungeons with the wrong comp. It's fucking worthless, Like, it's just... Some of these are trash. And some of them are sick. And that's bad, So scrolls that only work in a Mythic Plus dungeon would just be good for the game. Plus, like, professions are more relevant now, so it'd be a good thing for inscription. I don't know. I just feel like it should exist. Or, like, I don't know, just have them not work in dungeons, maybe. But then I know Blizzard would hate that because it's like an identity. It's like, there's this thing with Blizzard where it's like, you're a druid and you log in and you have Mark of the Wild. You've always had Mark of the Wild. So that's going to be a thing you bring. Even in questing content, it's just you buff it on yourself and it matters. It's like the balance between pure gameplay versus theme and flavor and fantasy, which is something that I care little about, but, like, Blizzard obviously super cares about with, like, their whole game. Max, could you please tell us how you managed to have the name of your player on the raid frame rather than the name of their character? I don't know how it works. So what you're referring to, let's see if I can find an example of this. So it would be like Liquid and Surek.
And Roots here.
Okay, so he doesn't have it. So in Impex raid frames, you can see it has the names of the character. You have Lil Stick for Shaq. You have Bean Baker, which is Scott. But if you go to some other people's perspective, look at THD's perspective. So THD, it doesn't show Impex and Bean Baker. It says Scott. It says Impex. So I don't know exactly how this works or if you guys can do this, but I know we have a spreadsheet that has everyone's, like, in quotes, nickname. So Goop would be his nickname, and then every single one of his characters, there's some, like, add-on thing we have that if you want to turn it on, it will standardize everyone's names on your raid frames. But maybe that's in, like, Bart's Weak Aura pack. I'm actually not sure. Oh, Bart's add-on does it, apparently. You can do a different Weak Auras. Yeah, but, like, So that's why it works. I am not... My interaction with Weak Auras is I'm, like, looking at what could be good, and I tell our Weak Aura people, hey, I want this to happen. Is that possible? I know absolutely nothing about the creation of it or what's capable of being done. I just rely on people for that. I'm not knowledgeable about it at all. Purely delegated. Slime goop. Send it to the weak ore wizards. Yep. At chat, Max pays people to build IKEA stuff. Come on. Okay. I haven't bought something from IKEA, but I did buy some furniture that legit would have taken like 2+ hours to assemble. Not like IKEA easy. Like IKEA, I think IKEA's whole bit is it's like not super hard to assemble. Like they make it kind of convenient, you know? But it's like a little cheaper and the quality isn't great, I think. But like I bought a thing that needed to be built and it like required a lot of screws and drilling and shit. And bro, I don't even own a drill. Like I feel like when it comes to buying appliances you don't already have, I'd rather pay someone to do it to save time anyway, but also like I don't have to buy that thing. Like they just have it, you know? Although I probably should own a drill because I own a house. Like there's just some things you should own in a house. That's sad. I mean, hey, you can flame me for it, but yeah. You know what I want to do? I need to hire someone to come. Oh, wow. This is going to. Okay. I don't know how to hang things on my wall. Okay. Let me explain why I'm bringing this up. All right, check this out. Okay, look. So, I was thinking of like so I bought a house and there's like nothing on my walls. It looks like a college dorm room. You can see it behind me. There's like nothing on my walls really. And then when I got the house, I was like, okay, well I need to fill up all my walls so it looks lived in. And then someone gave me advice. They're like, don't do it randomly. Do it with things you care about. You can do it over time. You don't have to rush and do it, which I think was good advice. But I did finally find something that I wanted to have on my walls. I was at the, I think it was the day of the Super Bowl. Actually, there was a flea market at the Rose Bowl, in LA, which is, I think it's in Pasadena, but where they have like a bunch of different, like vendors out there that make their own shit. So I found this small business and I found this guy and his wife that made, they just make these little cool, like the idea here, I can show you it. The idea is like you deconstruct something and then you put a bunch of information and art about it. So like this is one for the Game Boy Color. It like has a Game Boy, it has it deconstructed and like shows you the insides, and it kind of like explains what it does a little bit, but it's also just like a memento and like nostalgia for like different types of gaming systems that I've owned, because I've been gaming my whole life, so I've owned like a ton of different systems. So I got one for all the different controllers that I've owned over time. So like I have a Game Boy Color one. I had a PS4 when I was younger, so I got like a PS4 one that does that. It's like, and that's like what I want to put on my wall. Like I feel like that is cool, you know? So it's something that like spoke to me and I thought was really sick. And so I got a bunch of them, like every single console I've ever owned, the controller for it, from like N64 all the way to now, including Game Boys and shit. And it's gonna be like a little history of like the stuff I've played on my wall for my stream room, which I think is fucking sick, right? But I don't know how to hang them up. So I got them Super Bowl Sunday, and they've just been sitting in my house until I eventually pay someone to come hang them up, basically, because I'm an off tank. You know? That's so sad. Dude, it's fucking sick, though. I would tell you about the company, but no free ads. Actually, I kind of do want to give them free ads because they're like a small company. Oh, wait, but what if I got a code and they gave me the code? Because, like, I'm pretty sure... I'm not going to lie. These things are, like, kind of expensive. They cost, like, I think over $100 for each one. And I'm pretty sure if I showed it on stream, this is, like, so going to resonate with gamers and so many people would do this. Wait, you already showed the box? Well, I don't know. I don't even know how to find it, actually, but... Fun box designs. Okay, well, go support them anyway, because I think... I met the guy who makes these, and he was... super fucking cool. And you should support him. Oh, if you guys are into cameras, by far the coolest thing they had was cameras. You know what? Okay, fuck, I'm gonna show it to you guys. Because I think it's just fucking awesome. Let's see. Let me make sure it doesn't dox my address. It does not dox my address. Bro. Look at... These are like... They all hand make every single one of these. So these are like the dissembled game device wall art. That's what I got. They also do like phones and stuff if you're into that. But bro, look at the cameras. Oh, you guys are looking at me. All right, look at the cameras, bro. Like, these looked so fucking cool. Like, if you're into... Wait, are servers actually up? Oh, my servers aren't up. Maybe I need to restart. Wait, did servers actually come up early? That is so not like World of Warcraft. Am I being baited? No, there's too many people typing for me to be baited. All right, that's enough free ads. But actually do check them out. Funbox.design if you guys like something like that. Try to put it in the description or something that you heard from it from my channel. Who knows? Retrieving realm list. What is it, Max? To hang them, go to Home Depot and Lowe's and get the claw. They literally push into the wall and hold up to 60-pound frames. Okay, so let's just assume that I can actually get them on the wall. How am I supposed to make sure they're, like, the right amount of distance from each other? And like, level. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know get a measure, use a level, but... I don't have these things. You know what I'm saying? I guess I could also get those at Lowe's. Bro, you said your old people have these things. Are servers actually up, by the way? A lot of you guys said servers are up, but my realm list is... Maybe I need to check for updates or something? Let's see. Usually it won't let you do this when you're in game, but... Wait, what? Didn't there used to be like a check for update? Oh, it's right here. Oh, you can't check for updates with the game open. Is this the right version? So my version is 11.1.0.59347. Is that the same as you guys? 59347. That's the right version? Okay, what the fuck's happening? Help. Help. Wait, do I still have a sub? Maybe I'm not subbed. Dude, I want to fucking skirt around in my car. Everyone's probably refreshing the login. I had to reconnect 2 times. Bro, I've reconnected so many times. Be ready to experience the coolest fucking patch ever, boys. Oh, I'm going to use my MMO mouse for the first time in a while. Let's go. Time to game. Let me make sure it's on the right setting. Who are we playing? I think we're playing Rizzy this patch, chat. I think we're playing Rizzy. I feel like we always start with the Windwalker. The Windwalker's fun. Go Havoc this patch. Ooh, we could play Horse. I'd have to level Horse. Guess I could do that this week. Oh, wait. Turn up sound. Let's watch the opening thing here. Haven't seen this.
I deserve better. Gallywix has got to go. Who's with me?
Oh, shit. You're getting overthrown, buddy.
All right. I'm busy. Meaning, if I'm here with you, something more lucrative isn't being done. So, what is it you want?
I'll tell you what we want, Gallywix. We've had enough of your meddling. And you as boss.
It actually is the Penguin.
We want a new deal.
Hear that, Ugg? A new deal. And you all feel the same way, huh? You Revel guys?
Bro, he's going to take them the fuck out.
Nikki? Noggin Fogger?
No. Marin.
No? So really, it's just you. Laszlo Overbite. Just a little guy from my former operation a long time ago.
Dude, Gallywix is kind of a
Put
beast.
you up to this. That dirty, stinking rat.
It's actually the Penguin.
I'd ask you to stick around, but we got real business. You understand? Ugh. Show our guest out.
Well, he's got that chopper. Oh. Wait, is that Muggsy? But does that guy turn into Muggsy? Is that the lore?
I see you are already
I think that's the
making
gun.
good use of the black blood.
Zalatath, nice to see you. What brings you here?
It has been some time. Is everything proceeding?
There's no way
as
they show
planned?
feet, bro.
The repairs have been more challenging than expected. The
There's no way they
costs
show feet,
alone.
bro. Ain't no way.
Are irrelevant.
Bro, I'm
Of
hungry.
course.
Hold up. I gotta order some food.
I just need more time.
Do not disappoint me.
Don't you worry. I won't.
Dude, W Gallywix. Holy. Wait, I didn't order my food in time. This isn't good. I mean, I have to order food or I'm going to forget. Unfortunately. What do I want to eat? Jersey Mike's kind of sounds good. Yeah, let's do that. W Jersey Mike's. All right, getting ordered right now. Beautiful. I can't even get in the game. Yeah, I'm on a streamer client currently. Did I unbind the like toggle? It would be key bindings, atrocity media, hide action bars. This it's bind to equal sign. Oh no. Oh, my LVY is probably just broken, right? But then my health bar shows up. LVY is cooked. 1 second. Let me update all my stuff. I didn't do that after not logging in the game for 3 months before this exact point we're at right now. Crazy if that's true. I'm sure someone will have an LVI fix eventually. Do my buttons work at least? They do. Yeah, this is fine. As long as I can hit stuff, we're chilling. Great. Oh yeah, there's new abilities, right? What do we pick? Where's slicing winds? Where's that bad boy? Bottom right? Oh, right after communion with the wind. What do I remove for it, boys? We're gonna be questing, right? We need some speed. Ooh, probably like ferociousness or something. Oh, then I can't do that. Zwen's battle gear. Oh, that's fun though. Drop Chiji, bro, for questing? Ain't no way. I mean, it's questing. Like, who fucking cares, right? Dual threat. Oh, this? Oh, yeah, it's definitely dual threat, bro. All right, slicing wind. Except, oh, only problem is I have to bind this. And I don't think... Oh, it's already bound. Because it replaces flying serpent kick, right? No? I mean, it does, right? Because I just pressed flying serpent kick and it just worked. All right, boys, let's go. How do we do this? L. Undermine campaign when opportunity explodes. Find Gazywix or Gazlo, sorry, at the opportunity point. Okay. Where's Gazywix at? I said no to do you have to bind it. Bro, you lost. Accept it. You said okay like the orc peon from Warcraft 3. Okay. Oh, I did kind of. Oh, do I have empowers on... Oh, that's not good. My empower is on click twice, I think, to use. So that's going to have to change right now. Empowered spell input. Wait, I have it on hold and release. How come I held it, released it, and it didn't go off? Am I... Oh, it's not changing my dragon riding bar. It's saying out of range. Bro, I can't use any dragon riding abilities except for space. That's not good. Okay. Reload for add-on updates. Doing it. Wait, but it kind of works right now. I feel like I could reload and it could even break. Update LVI dog. Oh. Okay, we reloaded and... Wait, it works. Reloading it actually fixed what I needed to fix. W. Where is this guy? Okay, down here. Use the PTR version of LVI if you can't see action bars. Well, someone's going to have to link me that. Check crests and Valor Stones. I have 0 Season 2 Valor Stones, and I can't even see Season 1. Wait, Legacy? Does it calculate them as Legacy?
Are full of rich, useful minerals. Get up there and
It does not appear so. That's old expansions. Miscellaneous. It's reset. They all gone. Yup. Chain disconnecting from the login. Blow up then. All right, let's go, Gazywix. Look at all these posers.
I gotta reward the effort. We just want to
If someone has access to the new thing, just give me a link to it, like in DMs or something. Oh.
What you got? Whatever.
Whatever.
Here. This should cover us.
WoW has an off season forever. Chat, is Mythic Zero up? So Mythic Zero is going to be a next week thing, but I believe, I'm not positive, I know they made a bunch of changes to Mythic Plus this season, and one of them was I think they made Mythic Zero relevant again. I don't know for how long, which kind of confirmed my theory from Season 1 that Mythic Zero was intentionally made irrelevant in Season 1 purely so people interacted with Delves, which I kind of understand. I don't know if I like that, but I kind of understand it.
You got a problem? This is bad. But at least I'm not in the South Mines. Got a special recipe for you. I just handle the paperwork and try to stay off the Doc Fuse radar.
I remember the nightmare of pugging early in the season. Oh, you think like Mythic Zero helps with that? It actually probably does. Just a general understanding of the dungeon. But people did heroics, I guess. I don't know. They definitely goofed Mythic Zeros in the first season. No question. Wait, who am I? Oh, there he is. I see him. I need everyone to give me space. I feel like all these people are crowding my space and they need to back the fuck up.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
So this is how you unlock the car. I'm only going to do this quest as long as I unlock the car. Okay. Hostile work environment. W. Just tagging, baby. We need one more enforcer. Wait, is that a PvPer? Am I in war mode? Why am I attacking people? Hopefully not. No, I'm not. Weird. Couple more managers. The manager's the main one. Okay, we got him. Oh, no. Tagged by a Get these Alliance the fuck out of here. Hey. Oh. Forcer. Oh, different tag. Don't need any more muscle. We need enforcers and managers. Oh, we got that manager, baby. And we need an enforcer. Disperser. Oh, I forgot flying. Wait. I'm not positive that I dislike or that I like not having flying serpent kick, honestly. I think I'm going back to it for like pure movement. It wouldn't let me use any abilities on that guy. Okay, we're good. Wait, it's not letting me... Wait, my action bars are gone again? Oh, it's because I was dragging... I think my action bars aren't... Oh, I can't press any buttons. Anything on my main bar I can't press. Anyone else run into this issue? Reloading it fixed it last time for dragon riding. I'm on dragon riding. Oh, so I think what's happening is when you, like... Until, like, in, like, turn off LVI or get PTR LVI. It's when I go dragon riding, like right now I bet it'll work. Let's see. There we go. So now it'll work, but I bet my dragon riding won't work. So every time I want to dragon ride, I have to reload. And every time I want to press abilities, I have to reload. Until I change my, until I get the new LVI. Dude, this is... I remember the beginning of every patch when, like, non-LVI users, like, fucking love that LVI is broken. They're like, you fucking LVI idiots. No wonder your thing's broken, you dumbass. And they're so happy that it's broken, and then it, like, works in, like, an hour. But, like, in that hour, the anti-LVI people are so happy, man. I use default, so everything works perfect. Yeah, man. Yeah. All right, ask about shipments. Oh, I missed something. Tell me about your shipments.
Hey, try to meet me by
LVI is the
yourself
greatest. Yo,
anyway.
LVI owns.
I'll clock out.
LVI hard owns. Only problem with LVI is it lags you out sometimes, for sure.
That seems more like what I saw in my vision.
Love that.
Let me just clock out.
Love getting lagged out.
So let's get what you need, huh? I accept gold as a tip. You know,
Wait,
if my
meet with...
proves useful.
I thought it said right here. Oh, it just didn't load yet.
Speak to me.
Wait, these might be upgrades for me. I don't think my monk has relevant gear from the last patch, right?
In my visions, but
No,
not
it's a
all of that.
little 610. Yeah, it's like a little higher than probably what drops from the quests.
I got your back.
610. Yeah, I didn't play monk last patch.
It's fine. He's there though. Show us what you got.
I actually don't like this thing
Sure
though.
thing, boss.
Is there anything else I want though? Top of my head.
On your left, Venture's new Mach 78 black blood
Oh,
extract.
that.
Woo! Give it a
Wait, I
whack.
probably shouldn't be playing cock. I need to play. Is it animal? Wait, which one is? Dude, this is why you don't name your talent builds stupid shit like this. Because when you don't play the game for so long, you forget. You forget what they mean, man. Fuck. I think this one's like. Who knows, man? PTR LVI. Bro, if any of my Twitch chatters have PTR LVI and can send me that shit, that would be so shit.
Blood that baby is dug up. Am I
Wait,
right?
someone sent it to me a minute ago. Here's the
It's low on
11.1 beta version www. Dude, I hope you just sent me malware, but I'm going to fully trust it. I'm fully trusting this, chat.
Well, you know, that happens a lot. Let's go
Fully
to-
trusting. Do you guys think I'm getting fucking hacked or what? It's called LVY PTR. Leaked? I leaked shit, buddy. Alright. That's what you call your hacks? Oh my god. Okay, so what? I just go program files, World of Warcraft, retail, WTF, account, main account. Oh no, none of that. You go to interface, add-ons, delete the 3 LVI folders in here. Replace with these ones. W. And reload. And is my game... Did I just transfer guild leader to someone? What happened? Is all my gold gone? Oh, my action bars are back. Okay, it actually worked. W chatter. W chatter. Oh, wait. I mean, he still could have hacked me. It could have actually been the correct version and also includes a hack. That's super smart. Because then I won't expect it.
What have they
It's
done?
going to have me mail all my
I
gold
must
months
have
from
a
now.
closer look.
Yo, crank this knob. Crank it. Wait, how do I crank this shit? Is it just cranking on its own? Okay, I can kill some gore walkers. Cool. Blood glob. Pus glob. Target attack on the pipeline valve. Oh, I see. That's easy.
There are more.
So do that and then just keep tagging. Wait, it's not giving me credit? Oh, there's different valves maybe? Yeah, different valves. That's what it is. I was about to touch a death that, buddy.
We must
Bucko?
finish this.
Is it up? Oh no, it's down.
Foul thing.
The lag isn't even bad. What do you guys think is going to be the patch, the thing the most in this patch that people are excited about that haven't really followed it?
The black blood.
Do you think it's going to be the car? Or do you think it's going to be... I mean, the answer is the car. The answer is the car. But for some people who play the actual patch, like for gameplay reasons, they might like the dinars, which I don't think we actually still really know when those are coming. I think they said they're going to kind of dynamically add them when they feel like it makes sense. Oh, what about the new swirlies? That probably affects a lot of people. I would imagine that's like a bigger benefit for like everyone who plays the game, honestly.
So, your path.
Chat, does anyone know how to exploit rep this patch?
Let nature take its course.
Any
Oh, then it's business, is it?
any knowers?
Dangerous here. We can talk more in town.
I'm fucking down. We did it in Amirdrasil. They did it last year. It's fucking our turn again.
I told you to
Let's
use
get
the
weird.
mana vault.
I'm sure Blizzard
Chat all day. Will that do now?
will be totally cool about it as well.
Move on.
Do what you gotta.
Hold up. I see a goblin I know. Hey there, friend.
No, real talk though, I actually wonder if anyone did that this patch. Because like in Amirdrasil, they gave us like a warning shot. And then Race World First Guilds did it again last year, so they gave them an extra warning shot. It was like an actual ban instead of a... like a reverting our shit and taking it away. And making it less than what you had in progression. There was punitive actions. We had less eye level because of it. I wonder what they would do this time. It'd probably be like a full-on... They'd like ban you during the race. I bet they would ban you during the race if anyone did it this time. What am I supposed to be doing here? I'm not reading. Speak with Kriebel. Oh, I can do that. Hey, buddy. I'm on your side, big dog. Speak with Conspiracy Theory Bill. Or Conspiracy Theory Binny.
Sorry to put you on the spot. You saw ghosts?
Servers are still down. Wait, are people having trouble getting in? I mean, that's such a stupid question. That is true in every patch ever. For a little bit.
Watch your step. Look, this project is slowly killing my crew.
That's a Bill Simmons podcast slip up. Yep, the GOAT. The GOAT podcaster. Stop the drill. How? How? I can't. What do I do? Oh, do we fight it?
I got a reward to collect. See ya, losers.
Click it. Bro, in WoD, this would have been something that people have to do one at a time, and you have to wait in a line for it. Those were the good old days.
Look who it is.
When things sucked.
Off you go then.
Back when WoW was a good game, fucking amen to that, brother.
I got a free hand.
Wait, I gotta kill a turncoat. When did WoW stop being a good game? Well, that's kind of up for debate, but when you're talking about the people who loudly say WoW is a bad game all the time, the answer to that question is when they stopped being a kid. Dude, I love this music. It's getting me going. This is in-game music? Yeah. So the whole vibe, if you haven't like followed the PTR cycle, the whole vibe from this patch obviously is like very casino-y, but all the raid boss music is big band, like horns and trumpets and shit. It sounds sick. No way that got tagged by someone else. I need to make a macro for this. Got it.
What needs fixing? Will that do now? Help me save my folks from the dark fuse and this job, and I'll help you shut it all down.
Meet Pamsy at the pump station. Pamsy. What was that? I'm thinking of a quest hub in Borderlands 2 where like there's this big lady that owns a garage or something. Am I thinking is that Borderlands 2? 3?
Do what you gotta.
Ellie? Yeah, that's what it is.
Off you go then.
Betsy?
Wild guide you were, my
Big lady? Yeah, I don't remember her name. She was just a big
I need
lady.
to clear my head.
I won't let the Dark Fuse or Gallywix bully us. We're shutting this all down.
Bro, I'm going to be so happy when I get in the whip. I didn't even do it on PTR, by the way.
Buddy, save the rest of her crew.
I saved it for now. My first experience with this with the car is going to be in this patch. Bro, what is it with everything being like tagged by other people where you can't tag it? That's weird, right? Why is that happening? I feel like it's a bug because I'm also seeing like people that I can target as other factions, but I'm not even in war mode. It's 5 people max. Yeah, but like,
Back to it.
who cares? You know?
Thanks for saving me.
They do it as a party. Yeah, but like, who? Like, why is that even a thing? Isn't that? Am I wrong in thinking that's like a little outdated? I mean, maybe stuff like that exists so like you can't like mob farm or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to do a quest out here. You feel me? Right-click your portrait. Do you have PvP enabled? It doesn't say either. But who knows? Are there no boss fights that use the cars? There are no boss fights that use the cars. No. But there are boss fights that have cars in them, just not the cars you're thinking of. They do it so you don't have 50 bots looting the same thing. W bot. Oh, you look in danger, Razzie. Let me talk to you so I can save you. Imagine having so much aura in this game that all you need to do is have a conversation with someone and then you check a box on the quest that says save them. Bro. Wow.
What? I'm working. Headed back to the station.
Headed back to the station. Wait, is the... I think I have to complete the other part of it too. So let's just tag things and hope groups of 5 don't get them. Is this live on EU? Nope, you all get the game later. Stay mad. Lamau. Stay mad. Where are things I can tag? Seems like people are trying to tag in the middle, but that's probably a bad spot to get tags, because then everyone's in one spot. Oop, I'm Simple Man. I see pink name, and I get off my mount. But if you think about it, if you're EU, it's kind of nice that you don't get the game, because then you get to watch Twitch streams of other people playing the game. And if you had the game yourself, you wouldn't be doing that. So you're like increasing the total amount of fun you have. We're like NA people, we're having no fun, right? You can only play the game. But you guys are watching it, you know? Very good. Very good. Bro, this part of the quest stinks. Oop, got a tag though. Oop, another tag. How long would it take to kill something with just crackling Jade Lightning with no talents? We're not doing this. Then we get to complain about it during the race world first. You guys were awfully quiet last time. What happened? You banned us? Yeah, goddamn right. Get banned.
You got a problem? I got solutions.
You got a problem? I got solutions.
I shall watch for you.
What's the holdup? Bring the coolant. We'll be ready for it.
You forgot a quest? Bro, this is why you guys are here. You guys are my guiding light. You guys are my inspiration, you know? Like, how would I know? Wait, where the fuck is it? At least tell me where it... You mean this one? Wait, avenge them is what it's called. I think you made it... Oh, you didn't make it up. Bro. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should just permanently glaze chat. Because then they'll glaze me in return. And then we just have like a little glaze train going. This doesn't sound right. This is not good. But that's okay. Or maybe it's like the other thing, you know, like the old people used to say in high school. You want to be mean to girls so they like you and shit. Maybe it's like that. Maybe if I'm rude to you guys, then you guys will glaze me. You know, create aura. Fuck you, loser. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Don't do all that. Where are these canisters at, man? Dude, imagine you could like roll any being in this world. Like you could just spawn as any organism. And you low roll being a chill gut slime. Bro, imagine. Or a blood mad researcher. Like, you're such a low form of life. Jesus. Still an upgrade? Over what, bro? We are these people's gods. We get to play as their gods in this game. We're the main characters, you know? Actually, wait, do you guys think there's any animals that think they're the main characters even though they're not? Because humans are totally superior. We're the alpha male. Cats? Oh yeah, cats definitely think they're the main character. Like, there's house cats too. Like, not even like big ones. Oh, you can actually just natty loot chill burst canisters on the ground. I didn't know that. That makes this way easier. Avenge them. Did you update your UI? Yeah, I did. The PTR version for LVUI works. If you guys see Relamy in chat, he has the updated file for it.
Be good. Bilgewater on duty. This'll be a snap. What
The real effort begins now. Let's do it.
Wait, is this my first ride?
Above, I can see weak spots in the pipeline. I will mark them.
Freeze the pipes. Oh shit. I'm already fucking it up. Dude, the anti-LVYers that prey on everyone's downfall and hope that LVY is broken at the beginning of every patch, bro, your all's superiority lasted like legit 10 minutes. It's already over, man. Record speed. I'm gonna get some water while you guys watch this cutscene. That cutscene was so short. I thought I was leaving you guys with some content. I thought I was being efficient, but just turns out it ain't shit. What was in the cutscene? By the way, was it cool? Was it life-changing? Nothing, legit nothing was so short. Okay, come on. It couldn't have been that bad. Bro, my gear is so bad. But the good news is, new season. New gear. I'm on my way back. I wonder if Windwalker will be good in Mythic Plus this patch. I mean, the Windwalker dudes were saying that, like, they gave them their cleave back, which they, like, randomly lost for the first time ever last patch. So I feel like if Aug is truly dead in Mythic Plus, so that's plus one DPS spot for everyone else. I feel like Windwalker has a decent chance of being good. They're like historically a good class. Maybe it's a ooh, we're on a rocket board. What eye level is the quest reward? It is 597, but it can be upgraded. Honestly, I'm pretty sure if I were to upgrade these through the Explorer path, I would probably get better gear. I probably won't do that. I'll just like do what I normally do, where I just don't play my character. Oh, I skipped the cool cutscene. I want to go back and watch that. Fuck. How do I go back and watch that? Everyone keeps crashing but streamers. Yeah, we have a special server. It was 5 seconds long. Okay, I don't feel that bad then. But it sounded like it was going to be really cool, though. Just start a new character. Yeah, it's fucking over. It's just over from here. YouTube the scene. I mean, I don't really know how. Such a specific scene.
About what happened in the Ring and Deeps.
I'm not going to glaze because you skipped that scene. Fuck, bro. That's fine. You should only glaze people that do everything perfectly. Wait. Is this where you get a car? Come on. Wait, no. He's driving. No. Wait. Turn this music the fuck up, by the way.
It's a great place to get the latest word.
Undermine smells worse than I remember. Was it always this suffocating? This ain't my home. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Dude, hop out the Lambo. What are these names? Pax Top Skimmer, Gas Grime Shank, Smacks Top Skimmer, and Katie Racket Ring. Bro, making goblin names in WoW has to be so fun.
Well.
That's a fun job. Wait, what is... Wait, make this hotel your home?
Excellent.
Yeah, fuck it.
What's the damage?
Operation Floodgate. Defeat this guy, and you get 500 rep, okay?
See you around.
Delves. Multiple... Oh, there's new delves. Oh my god, I fucking love delves. Let's go see the new delves. God, I fucking love delves, dude. Alright, what do you sell?
Thanks for stopping by. I'll be waiting.
You sell a bunch of junk.
Back for more. What's shaking, pal?
Delvin Melvin.
See you around.
Alright, what do you do here? Cartel. Oh, are you the renowned thing?
Time's a wasting. Welcome to the best
Benefit
place
packages.
ever.
Yo. W. I can do that. Oh, is this like kind of like that one zone where you have to pick a rep, kind of? Moonguard's getting wrecked right now. Stop erotic role playing then.
I got you back.
There's any day you can stop doing erotic role play. It could be today.
Bilgewater's gotten it worse than the other cartels.
I need to get to the Bilgewater. These dark views have me worried.
We do things different. Next stop, Tailgate Park. All aboard.
Bro, this music fucking pipes. are fucking rolling right now. I thought I did the... Oh, okay. We're not even lagging, so it's fine. Ride the hot rod. I came here for the skirt. Give me the skirt. Bro, I don't have my own skirt yet. It's probably soon, though.
I left Laszlo Overbite in charge. I need to talk to him.
Laszlo. They killed him.
I remember things being bad. But this is worse than expected.
What are you eating? Jersey Mike's, baby. Wait, so how's this place laid out? We have the Intercontinental Hotel, but we should explore it a little bit, right? Wait, the Grimla Express. What am I supposed to do? Help. Help. Find Grimla. Oh, find her. Okay. But it says, okay. Okay, I'm lost. Hella lost. Hella lost. I'm in a ship. Wait, where the fuck is Tailgate Park, bud? Where are we at? Maybe it's here. Some random guy messaged me and said this music makes me want to pipe my wife when she gets home. Wow. But also W. Bet the wife's happy about that. Dude, the lag is so bad. I'll just eat food while it takes time to load here. Oh, okay. We'll just DC. Fucking streamers stay in, bro. These fucking stupid streamers are always in, and I'm not. Fuck. Fuck me, man. Fuck. Let me in. I can hear that I'm in. Show me that I'm in. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Fucking streamers. Fucking streamers. W.
Hiya.
It's working too. Oh shit, this music, baby. This is wife piping music.
Stay sharp out there.
Wow. Okay, let's go.
Needs fixing? Bilgewater is on the job.
There you are. Don't break any.
I need to
It
see
kinda
it
is,
with my
though.
own eyes.
I'll stay with our ride, in case we need a quick escape. Something gotta be done about the dark views. Bilgewater can't go on like this. Keep saying so loud. It'll only make things worse.
Delby Overbite.
It might have to get worse.
Do you guys have a anyone have an under overbite? Shout out weird teeth. I got a weird tooth. One of my tooth does a weird thing. It's like a little crooked. I had braces when I was a kid, and then did all of the work and paid for all the braces stuff my parents did, and then I just didn't wear my retainer, so I did it all for nothing.
We get things
Just
done.
like that.
Nice chat. Now get a move.
Look at that. The lag is so insane. I touched death this mob so long ago. Okay. You're so close to getting your car, by the way. Dude, do not. If you're lying to me, I'm sad. What good is a car with this lag? I don't know. I can like take it onto the streets of Azeroth, bro. There's probably less lag over there. Dude, shout out to the Potty Sea Jeopardy episode when the question was like, basically the answer is what is Azeroth, and it was such an obvious answer, and I was like, what is Azeroth? Because I don't know, it could have been wrong. It wasn't like what's the main place you play WoW. It was like more specific than that. I mean, that's how I remember it. I could be wrong. Like, why did you message me that in game? Why couldn't you just type the wife pipe thing in chat with the rest of, like, that's a chat message. Max, what's up with your boy being a podcast trader? Yeah, I don't like it one bit. I fucking hate that. I gave the TL event coordinator a talking to the other day because I found out there was a bench member on our casting team. Fucking embarrassing. Bro, it's taking so long to do this one quest. These mobs are nowhere to be seen and the lag is crazy. Oh, some of them appeared out of nowhere and I DC'd. This shit's unplayable. Yep. I'm about to head to the forums. Actually, speaking of that, let's go check out that heat ourselves. World of Warcraft public forums. On like the website and everything. Let's fucking get this shit. Let's get it. I bet this it's the same every patch. Refund sub time question mark? I pay so much money for this game. There we go. Wait, let's see. World of Warcraft community general discussion. This will be good. You have been disconnected. Add-ons not working. Full days maintenance. You still cannot get it right. This is fucking perfect. These are all a minute ago too. Oh wait, we got a different one. Hot take, button bloat, and the talent trees. This guy's just cooking up some topics on day one. Let's go. Cooking that shit up. Cook it up. Cook it up. Ba-da, ba-dow. Ba-bow. Ba-bow. Ba-ba-bow. Max, I'm in the bath and want to chat to you about Rhett. Yeah. Bro, I had to end my stream after that. There was no other choice. I do understand if Rhett Paladins are mad, though, because that's 2 tiers in a row where I've forgotten about them, and this time I randomly ranked them. So if there's like someone wondering if they should play Ret, they're the only class in the game that has no idea how good their class is. Well, except for that tier list doesn't tell you how good your class is, but that's what people think it does. Just, here's the real answer, bro. If you like Ret, just play Ret. Like, it's pretty rare in a given patch that any class is like so bad that you won't have fun playing it. Unless you like, the only way you like having fun is by doing like the hardest content, so like the highest Mythic Plus keys. But then if you're like that, you're just gonna be mad 90% of the time because it's pretty rare that any specific class is gonna be in there. Some more than others, but like if you just get your bro, if you just play this game, which is the vast majority of players, and the most you do is like get the Mythic Plus portals, like you do 10s once a season, you clear AOTC, bro, you should give zero fucks about how good your class is. Your class is good enough to do that every patch. Every class in the game, always. Actually, you know what would be really interesting? Be interesting to find out, like, what was the worst class ever? Like, what was the worst a spec has ever been in a given season and, like, wasn't buffed? There's definitely some Windwalker Monk seasons I remember from, like, a couple expansions ago.
That's the spirit. As they say, there is no rain in Undermine. Isn't really a sun either.
Warlock always? Bro, I don't want to hear it. Hey, Edna. Baby girl. Hey, Edna.
Nikki!
Hi,
Venture
Edna.
works for
Hey.
Alleywick's now. Why a dark
We don't need to bark at all. Nope.
Dark fuse keeps you nobody's in line.
Good girl, Edna. Wait, who is Edna? She's a dog.
What needs fixing? Oh, and I was gonna chat all day.
Oh, she has the zoomies. You have the zoomies, little baby girl? Do you want a toy? Let me get her a toy. Oh, you have a toy.
Treat our own crew like this, Nikki.
I ain't like you. I'm at the big table. I'm going places. You're the one who gets to stick around and mop up this mess. Have fun.
Bro, what is that sound I just came back to? What am I supposed to be doing here? Aid Venture Co. Goblins. Bro, why do all these people have arrows on their head? Yo, I would fight a dolphin. Straight up. How do I help this person? Okay, this isn't just not gonna work, I guess. The thing just doesn't work. Maybe it is more... Is it because I'm not in a car? Oh, wait. Now I can just click on them. Okay. This guy's last name is Bangsaw. Holy fuck. Okay, that's not useful. Okay. We've helped Bangsaw. It didn't give me credit, though. Bent Rocket. Holy. So that has to have helped them. Okay, how did I not help Mr. Bangsaw?
Venture was always a rough job.
Oh, okay, it gave me... Yo, the servers are actually brutal right now. Wait, I think it all just got better. Like, at least for this exact moment in time, absolutely zero lag. Okay, it's over. And it's over. Oh, it's still pretty good, but it's over. It's... And fucking streamers. LVFI is officially updated. Yeah, I've had working LVI for a while, kid.
We do all the work
Bud,
for it.
buddy.
There you are.
Fucking streamers. And a man.
Don't break anything. Gallywix's arrival brought out the worst in some goblins.
Kill 8 spy copters. Bet. And enforcers, maybe? Nope. Oh, wait. The lag is playable. Wait, I want to see the new dungeon. So my level of not giving a fuck about this last PTR cycle has been, I haven't driven a car yet, and I also have not even seen the new dungeon. I don't even know what it looks like. I know all about the raid, but not the dungeon. I think the raid's going to be cool. I think people are going to like the raid. Because I think theme matters more than anything else. And I've actually been less sure of the bosses in this raid than I have been in previous raids. But I'm learning that I don't think that matters as much. I think theme carries so hard that even if you have a sick raid with really cool bosses, if the theme's not there, it can only be so good. This raid at least has the theme, and I think people are going to really enjoy clearing Heroic, which is the vast majority of the game, if not lower than that. And you're going to do that, and all the bosses are going to have cool, unique names, and I can see... I can just hear a more casual guild's voice comms right now, just having an absolute blast, having a good time. Castle Nathria had good bosses and a good theme. Yeah, Castle Nathria. I had this talk on stream a while ago. I don't know if it ended up getting made into a YouTube video, but like basically if you look at all of the consensus like best raids of all time, they all have like peak theme. So like even if there's a raid that has as good of bosses as like the GOAT raids, if it doesn't have the theme, it has no chance of being considered at that level. Theme and aesthetic, bro. So sick. Dude, the lag is so good. I fucking love it. Castle is the best raid they have made to this day. Castle's a top 5 raid for me and almost makes the top 3 in modern WoW, so since Cataclysm. But it's hard to tell. It's hard for me to put it above Blackrock Foundry and Throne of Thunder and Nighthold. But also, I know... I struggle, like, I acknowledge that I have some nostalgia for when this game was more new to me, you know? You know how it's really obvious when people, like, talk about old things in media? Like how the first 3 Star Wars movies they saw were better than the other ones, and it's just like they were a kid then. You know, kind of a thing. And same thing with WoW. Like, I was a kid in those games, so I naturally think of them higher. Like, Castle Nathria could have been just as good of a raid as something else, but I just didn't feel the same wonder about the game in Shadowlands in 2020 than I did in 2013. It's just different. It's just a diffy situation. So I know that I look back at those times with rose-tinted glasses, but even then I would still put Castle Nathria top 5 raids for me ever. I just don't know if it would break. It could break top 3, but it's hard for me to look past my own nostalgia, so I just won't even attempt it. The first 3 Star Wars movies are better. Yeah, I would agree with that. But it's not as bad. Like, basically the first, like, episodes 1, 2, and 3, like, the audience of people who were old enough or were already adults and they saw 4, 5, and 6 as a kid, they, like, universally hated 1, 2, and 3. And they thought they were the worst thing ever. And then they found out years later that, like, people who were kids during 1, 2, and 3, they weren't as good as movies, but they had the same effect of, like, holy shit, this is so fucking cool, this universe, you know? And people just didn't really realize that. Like, basically, you could have watched 4, 5, and 6 as an adult and 4, 5, and 6 as a kid and had a totally different experience if you had something introduce you to sci-fi or something really fucking cool like that at a younger age. Because just interacting, there's no way as an adult, and it's kind of sad once you realize it, but there's no way as an adult for something to ever be as wondrous and as cool as it is when it happens to you as a kid. And I think if a lot more people identified that, they would have much better takes about games becoming worse over time and media becoming worse over time, because it's just like you can't replicate that. Some things are just objectively better than others, like the episode 4, 5, and 6 versus 1, 2, and 3. But there's a big part of it is that. Bro, let me in the whip! Wait, do I have the car?
Wait, why do I have so many mounts? Where do these come from? W mounts.
Max, what do you think about Mr. GM toxic positivity? I have absolutely no idea what you're saying right now. Is that like a YouTube video title or something?
The scent of black blood in a small storehouse. We must
Or are you accusing him of using toxic positivity? What the fuck does toxic positivity even mean? Is that just being fake? Like you're like being nice to someone's face, but you is that what that means? I don't even know. Like if you're in one of those guilds that's like, we don't do any kind of criticism, not even constructive, but just no criticism whatsoever, only positive vibes. But like those are like the worst people you've ever met. You just don't know it yet. Like something like that. But like, is that what it's described as? Bro, I could listen to this music all day for now. I wonder how long that'll last.
Conversation's free, but an autographed headshot?
Yo,
Well done.
is this the fucking mount? Hey, give me that shit. Yes, sir. How do I do this? G99. That's not what it's called. Breakneck? Wait, do I not have it yet? I have to get my license. I gotta get my license. I'm trying to skip steps. I'm trying to get my license. It's not a mount. Oh. Oh. It's an extra button. Didn't read the quest dialogue. Yeah, I do that. Breakneck. It's nothing in my bag. You need to get your license first. Oh, shit. Okay, well, who do I get my fucking license? Oh, it's probably her. God damn it. God damn it. God damn. And we're just lagging insane.
How you doing, darling?
Take the keys to the G99 Breakneck.
Going so soon.
Get in the G99 Breakneck.
Manny Tallulah's shipping
I don't want to
in.
skip the tutorial.
You
I want to know how it
ship
works.
I'll handle it.
Okay, I'm so confused. How? Oh, there it is. Extra action button. But it's not an extra action button. Is it a separate bind? You have to drag it on your bar. Oh. That's annoying. I guess it could be this. Okay. We're in the whip. Oh my god. Skirt. Wait, what do these buttons do? Drive around undermine. Let's see. So boost. You have not unlocked this yet. Cool. You have to apply a turbo. Okay, it takes time to like back up and go forward. Honk your horn. So when do I get the boost applied? Skirt, skirt, beep, beep. Dude, I'm honking on cooldown, by the way. What's up, Edna? Hi, baby girl. Do you and Reptar need to go outside? Skirt, 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 skirt. Wait, what just happened? I just got something? I just get some NOS? Press and hold space. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a drift? Oh, this is sick. Skirt. Holy shit. Skirt. Wait, what is this arrow? Wait, no. Back in the whip. Dude, this is sick. It's so fast. It's giving me arrows telling me where to go. Oh, okay. Stop. Too fast. Bro. Okay. Is this my garage? Yo, talk to me, mobber. What do you need? Access drive. Oh, wait. So you have a couple of choice nodes, I guess? Enjoy your Hey, exit this and install turbo. Where can I find more parts for my car? For folks that like to go with the flow, put it in neutral, so just a paint, okay? Then this is engine. Stop and go traffic is more fun when you top out in less than a second. Decreases top speed, increases acceleration. For the driver that wants to enjoy the scenery, significantly decreases top speed, increases acceleration. Oh, okay. Wheels, tread be gone, reliable. Okay, so you can get different wheels. A shot of this will put your engine into overdrive. Average boost speed and boost efficiency. Cool. So I added boost. And this is just the horn. Is there anything else with the horn? Honk honk. Like Guzzy the Goose if he's here. Shout out Guz. Okay, I'm gonna let my dogs out real quick. Oh, okay. Oh, we're all barking. Okay. Why not take your time with it? Why is everybody in a hurry to get it done? Why do you care about how fast or slow people play the game? What do you mean? I'm just gaming right now. Like, speaking of taking your time to get it done, you know what's gonna happen? I'm going to unlock the car like I just did, and then I'm probably going to do 0 quests for the rest of the expansion. That is the fucking pure definition of taking your time. Activate that boost. Okay. Oh my fucking god, we're fucking flying right now. We hit a wall. You got a boost to hit. Oh my, this is hard, bro. This is hard. Yo, holy shit! This is sick! Woo! Oh yeah. Bro, this is the best thing ever. Let's go right this time. And then now I have this. Get a job. Wait, what? Get a job from Nanny to Lula. Oh, it like tells you to go somewhere? Is that what the arrow is? First thing's telling me to get a job, bro? Come on. I have a job. Right? Right. Okay, the car definitely feels sick. beat this guy in a knife fight.
Recommended.
Smoked. Can you still upgrade season 1 loot? Ooh, I actually don't know the answer to that. I do not know. There's no crest or anything even in my bags, but I don't know if I ever had crest from season 1, so.
I got just what you need.
Wait, there's a race? Yo. Okay.
What's shaking, pal?
All right. Let's fucking lock in. Okay. Oh, I need to. God. Stop. Okay, this isn't gonna go well.
Well.
All right, let's fucking go. Lock in. I need a boost, bro. I need to get better at drifting, man. Did I get it? I got silver. Oh, bro. I need to get way better at boosting. That's not good. It's hard to tell when you're supposed to drift. Like, are you supposed to drift around small shit like this? I guess it gives you better turbo meter, right? It's like any small turn you're drifting. Like Mario Kart. But in Mario Kart, that's not true, I don't think. Small boost is insane. I think I just spammed my turbo button like I was dragon riding. All right, let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's like fucking Paul Walker. Well, you know, not quite like that, but where's the race? All right, right here. Paul Walker before he. What did someone in chat say earlier? Before he wrapped that bitch around the. Someone in chat said it's only a matter of time until Max wraps that bitch around a lamppost like Paul Walker did. That's an insane chat.
Watch
Okay.
yourself.
I don't really know how to do this, but I'm just gonna boost right away. So I should have drifted. Oh, okay. Can we reset? Reset. Yep. I drifted around that before last time, but I think I double boosted. So you're supposed to baby boost like that? There we go. That's probably what you're supposed to... Oh, no. Did I miss that one? All right. Well, before I just played it pretty straight. Come on. Oh, yeah, that fucking corner right there. So you're supposed to hold the drift going straight, though? Am I supposed to drift like that? Seems slow. So I boost again. What the fuck just happened on my screen? But you're supposed to do it to get your boost meter back. Oh, there we go. Boost meter back. No, I was down. Fuck, I got nothing. Fuck. Bronze? I was even slower than last time. I guess I need to try to hold the drift longer. I've never done this before. Pretty sure you can drift the whole parkour and spam boosts while drifting. Parkour.
Interesting. See you around.
Oh, now I'm confused. All right. I'm just gonna drift the whole fucking time. This is drift mode. We're just holding this fucking drift. Oh, we missed it. Fuck. We try. Okay, well, at least we. Okay. One thing is we actually got our boost back faster doing that. It just feels maybe boosting's just so OP that you should drift to go slower just to get more boost. Oh, well, probably shouldn't do that, but see, we're just like drifting nothing just to get enough shit to. Oh, do you just hold space? I think you just hold space. Oh yeah, you already have hella boost here. Come on, go, boost, 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 get back in the race. Boost! Okay, that was actually lag. I boosted like 5 seconds before it happened. Okay, that was dog shit. But we at least did better though. Like we hit something, but we learned a bit. So you're just like permanently fucking drifting. You can tell when someone hasn't played. Yeah, I've not played a lot of Mario Kart. The only problem is too is with the server right now. When you press boost, it just goes off like a second later, so it's a little hard. We can play around it, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it goes off right away. Maybe is that a lag thing, or is that just like how the car is? It's just like random when boost happens. No, the fucking lamppost again! I pressed boost 4 times already, by the way. Oh, it goes off now. Bro, if I can conquer that lamppost, bro, I'm gonna be a fucking beast. Oh, I missed. Bro, when you have to drift this much, it makes it so much harder, which I guess is kind of the point. It didn't. I'll just start over. It didn't boost at all. It used my boost and didn't boost me. Oh, okay. Too wide. This is fucking sick, though. So that time, last time I had 100% turbo meter by then. I think I'm just letting go of. I just think you can't like let go of space. I don't know. No, bro. Oh, we need a straightaway so bad. Please give me enough boost here. Go. Nah. I've heard arrow keys are easier than the mouse to control it. Interesting. Okay. Okay, let me try it one time, but that seems hella not true. All right, let's see. Wait, I'm out of the car. Okay.
What's shaking, pal? I'll miss you. What's the damage?
It's not putting me in the car. Okay. It's so much easier. But it's weird. My setup is kind of bad for it. I need to use my arrow keys instead of Because, like, pressing the actual buttons is weird. It's definitely better. Like, doing it with your mouse is hella chaotic. Like, right there, if you use WASD, it's like... Here, let me see if I can get enough boost. Yeah, like, look how... Yeah, it's way easier. The lag is also not helping. The lag is making this kind of cooked. Just not knowing when your boost is going to happen is super fucking weird. Why did it... Oh, I didn't restart it.
Interesting. Time's a wasting.
Hit a boost, hold space, and alternate movement keys. Oh, there, my car was in midair in the boost and just went straight forward. This used to be a one-shot gold time stream. Well, I'm trying to use arrow keys right now, which is a bit different. Well, you can't alternate the arrow keys. You have to, like... You have to let go of it for a second. I'm just trying to, like, never... You have to let go of space to change the angle, right? You can't... Yeah, I don't know if I like keyboard. It's just, it's really awkward for me to press it. I need to, like, rebind the boost button to something else. I'll keep trying it, though. I don't know. Take me back. But you can change your angle if you hold against your drift direction. That's... I don't think so.
See you around.
Does it work with a controller? I don't know. Maybe. But, like, I guess when I'm done with the drift, my ideal thing is to let go of the drift. I don't know. I'm gonna stop doing this on controller just because the control scheme doesn't even feel natural. Like, I'm doing it all with my left hand. I'm doing WASD and pressing boost and pressing space. I'd rather have my mouse do half of it. Even though it does seem easier to control. But then now, so yeah, I usually have 100% boost there, but now I didn't. So I'm not gonna get gold here, I don't think, but. Who's kidding? I wasn't gonna get gold anyway. Lost all my speed, baby. Maybe I should hold that first drift longer. Maybe I don't turbo at the beginning. Maybe I drift first, then speed boost, and then drift here. Hold that drift fucking crazy. Nah. Wait, that was kind of a sick one. Oh, I missed it. Wait, maybe that's easier. Maybe I'm making it too hard by trying to boost, like, fucking instantly. Can I boost in the middle of a drift? Oh, I can. Well, I'm okay, well, that was fucking crazy, but... Maybe that's actually just it. Maybe, let me not try to do anything... What's happening? We're not going forward? Okay. So you can't hold W, you have to press it when it happens. W, by the way. Alright, that was fucking sick. No, I hit stairs. Boost again. I've been pressing boost for 5 seconds. It won't work. Fuck. How slow is that? That was like about the same as my first time, but I just changed the straightaway at the beginning. Are you losing speed by holding the drift? See, that's what I don't know. I haven't done this before.
It's so weird. When you do it on just mouse and keyboard, it is more intuitive, but I don't at the same... See, this feels like... Bro, I feel like this would be sick with a controller. Like, this looks so easy, right? When you're not swinging your camera around everywhere. But this is not mouse. Like, mouse and keyboard version of that is, like, much more chaotic.
Oh, wait. You can use both.
Oh, dude, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I think. Wait, let me see. Can you do... Wait. I was just using W plus my mouse movement without any other buttons. I was just turning my mouse. But I think you can do this plus the other keys. No, you can't. Fuck. Try holding both mouse buttons for W instead. Is that the same thing? Right? Here's why I think it's better. If I'm just going to go in a circle here. If I do it on mouse and keyboard, it's just going to be more consistent than without. But I don't want it. It's just like less comfortable, I guess. It just seems like it was made for it. Like this looks so easy, right? Like when you keep the camera still and you just... This looks so much easier. But I hate it. I don't like it. I wish I could just use my mouse. I don't know. Try using strafe instead of turn. I am doing that. Yeah, it's just less precise. Let go of right click. See, letting go of right click seems so weird though. Oh, we hit a pipe. Yeah, maybe I should just try the first one with, You just have to find the balance of when to drift and when to not. Yeah. I don't know that balance. I guess that's what we'll learn it from this race. So no mouse here, no mouse. Oh, okay. Well, that was bad. No mouse. Oh, so it's less about short. It's less about doing more short drifts. It's more about holding the right ones longer. Is that accurate? Oh shit, there we go. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'll try back with mouse and keyboard. Oh, we're not going. Okay, cool. So was that better than... Oh, there was also some things I think I missed on the ground. Aren't there some other boost? Are those little things you can pick up boost things? Okay, we're not starting. Cool. Sometimes because of lag, you just start 3 seconds late. It's like right here, you want to get all 3 of these things. But then I am just Here, I usually have an extra boost, but I just haven't drifted enough. Oh, we jumped on accident. I was holding the wrong direction. Are the servers lagging? Oh, yeah. You can kind of see how people are porting around. By far the most annoying... Oh, there we go. Sometimes you start the race late, too, depending on, I guess, if you're currently lagging. But the thing that's really annoying is the boost does not happen when you press it. It's like random... Okay, restarting race until we go. We are going. So there I'm trying to overdrift again. But then I ended up with more boost meter that time. Okay, well, I don't want to hit that. Like, boosting on a straightaway is wrong, right? Or, sorry, drifting on a straightaway doesn't make sense. But you do want to hold your drift. Oh, I missed the boost things there. Only drift on turns. Yeah, I think I'm, like, trying to hold it too much on a straightaway if I can, but you don't need to. Like here, you don't drift. That also makes it hella easier. I'm pretty sure the game just bugged. I went directly over all 3 of those turbo things, and I got 0 where I usually get 50. Or, like, the lag is something. Right? Isn't that the thing where you run over those little things and you get it? Like, usually you end up running over these 3 things and you get boost from it. There, like, there, yeah, the game... I mean, I either missed it or the game bugged out. One of the 2. Oh, I got 100 boost? Okay. Oh, okay, well, there we... I think there's something going on with the intermittent lag in the game and picking up those boost things, by the way. Because sometimes you get 0 and sometimes you legit get 100. Like right here. Wait, did they even appear? Hold up. That's... unless I'm crazy. They weren't even there, bro. All right, backing up. Okay. Let's actually watch a race where they're there. So this is that time. This is previous race. Previous race, I usually drift here, and then I go straight on this bridge to get the 3 boost things. Now look, I pick up the 3 boost things, and my turbo meter goes from 27 to 72. Okay, now watch the next race. I go to the same spot. Nothing is different. Except they're not here. They're just gone. They just didn't load. So I get 0 turbo, and now I'm just doing nothing. Right? This is like on fucking turbo hard mode.
Damage. Watch yourself.
They were there. Nope. They... Right? Am I crazy? 1 second. This is making all of this make so much more sense. It's literally just RNG. Look at that. I go through here, turbo meter at 27%. I go to the thing, they show up, I drive directly over them. Drive directly through all 3 of them. 0 turbo meter gain. Okay. I was trying to like learn racing and learn how lag is affecting this race at the same time, and the reality is it's just RNG whether the boost gives you boost or not.
See you around.
Maybe you have to drift through them. Let me try. I'm going to try to just go slow and see how it works. Wait, let me boost and I'm just going to slow down. All right, so I just want to see how it works. Do I have to go over them slowly and it works? Is it like a... Oh, okay. There's one on the 2 from now. Okay. I think it's just lag, right? Like, that's just, That's right, bro. We can fight through it. All right. Work, 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 work. Nope. Only got like one of them or so. That's fine. Wait, one just popped up on my head now. Like 10 seconds after I ran over it. This is going to be so slow. I only got one of the boost things instead of 6. Wahoo. Do any of the later ones supposed to give you boost? This time, even if it bugs out, I'm just going to complete the race. And I'm just going to see what the... Wait, did I just do that in 40 seconds while literally slowing down on purpose?
What's shaking, pal?
Okay.
I'll miss you.
Please work. Nope. literally 0. Dude, both of them didn't work. Ah! It's so bad. Is there another race that doesn't have like the boost things? This is fucking cursed, bro. Someone keeps saying that I'm starting my drift too late. So that is that too late right there? Or like, is that too late of a drift? Wait, this is a pretty good run. Okay, I pressed turbo fucking a million seconds before it actually happened, but all good. Wait, I need to farm turbo, bro. I need to drift a little bit. A little drift, one more turbo. I got it? Okay, let's go. I got another turbo from what? Use it! I've been pressing it for 5 seconds, bro. Oh, I was off by 1 second. Fuck yeah. Let me see if I can figure out how it works without being in the race. You do have to drive over it, obviously. Got both that time. But it, like, takes a second to go in your canister or whatever. My thing is... You seem to get hella turbo if you use it while drifting. I pressed turbo 5 seconds ago, by the way. Oh, it randomly went off. Woohoo! Bro, I'm sticking with this one.
What's the damage? Watch yourself.
Oh yeah, come on, give me hella boost here. Nope. Okay, we can maybe redeem it. Okay, it kind of worked. Oh, nope. Already a little over the car. Well, it's really hard to appreciate the car right now because the lag is making the car experience significantly worse. No, I was actually on such a good run. I don't know why I tried that. Whoa, that actually looks sick. You gotta be turning into the turn way earlier. Okay, this is not good. Oh, that's really bad. Yeah, I still don't have the feel for that yet. I guess I need to watch someone who's really good at it do it. And then I'll learn how to... This makes me want to play Trackmania, actually. Boost just goes off like 3 seconds too late. That was actually, I think, the biggest delay of boost I've ever had on the beginning. There, it's instant. Weird. Come on. Ooh, not bad. I think I might have it this time. No, I slowed down at the end, bro. Oh, that was still my fastest run, though. 0.6 later. That was a good run. Bro, doing this any percent, doing this on lag percent is insane.
Well, well, well. Time's a wasting.
Usually have an extra boost here. We're cooked. Maybe we can make up for it. I randomly got a boost last time, like really late into the race for some reason. No, that one didn't work. That's cooked. I think the reason this is so much laggier than Dragon Rain races is because he had to load way less assets for those races. Yeah. Come on. There we go. No. Fuck, bro. Okay, we got pretty decent there. Okay, we need this. I mean, usually you're turboing through this straightaway, though. Right here, we need this to hit. Nah, that's not fast enough. Wee. Wait. Go back to the guy. Bro, I'm sticking with this till I get it.
Interesting. See you around.
It requires good play, very, very precise play, and getting good luck. Come on. I could have gotten more. Oh, I fucked up. I actually just missed them right there. I wish you guys could see, like, one of those... Oh, gotta restart. Didn't start. I wish you guys could see when you're actually pressing buttons so you could see when they're going off. Ooh, 35 right here. That's not bad. 56? Nah, we're cooked. Try to drift earlier than you think you should be every turn. Okay. Oh, gotta restart it. By the way, like literally when it hits 0 there and you're normally expecting me to go, that I just am pressing go, holding go, doesn't matter. Just sometimes the whole game is not a fan. Oh, wrong drift. Could do a keyboard overlay. Maybe that's part of my problem. I'm using mouse and keyboard, which I don't think is very good. Oh, randomly went to 90. Bro, this has got to be it. No! Oh my god. It finally worked and I totally I got so excited that the game actually worked that I just griefed the entire race. That is fucking amazing. I'm pressing W right now. I was only pressing W. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. That. Bro. Look at, this is so fucking bugged. I'm pressing W right now only. Holding W. Holding W, no other button. Not S. Going backwards. Still haven't let go of W. Eventually it goes forward again. What the fuck is going on?
Well, well, well. miss you.
W. Come on. Oh yeah. Boost! I pressed boost so many. This game is so. This is driving me fucking insane. I probably just. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Dude, please just work. Just fucking pressing W, by the way. Going backwards. Come on. Oh, it worked right away. Oh, no, we don't have any boost for this. Oh, randomly boost worked? Wait a second. I think the turbo meter might be bugged because I just got a boost to work with sub 50. So maybe it's not actually, well, we know it's kind of bugging because sometimes these things don't even like load. But like maybe it's actually just a bad UI. Like maybe I'm actually picking those things up and it's a UI gap. Like right here, if it doesn't work. Okay, it worked. But maybe like it says I have 38 and I can just... It does! It might be a UI gap. It's less bugged than I thought. Dude, totally UI gapped. One more time, work. Dude. Wow, that was probably really close. That was decent. That was one of my better runs, and it's a new bug has dropped. You can press boost with 50 or 35 apparently, and it gives you the same speed.
What's the damage?
Boost costs 35, not 50. Well, what happens when you press it at 50 and it takes away all your shit?
Time's a waste.
Press boost 5 seconds ago. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! No, I'm short one last boost. I was one boost away from getting that. Yep, I was one boost away. Boys, lock in. We're about to get this for sure. We're doing this on lag percent. World first lag percent.
What's shaking, pal? Watch yourself.
Boost! Dude. I missed that one anyway. Just getting tilted when the boost doesn't work. That's fine. We got to battle through. This is what lag percent is all about. It's the entire category. It's going to happen. I missed those boosts. That's really bad. Oh, a boost is going to randomly happen? Okay, that wasn't the worst time for the boost to randomly occur. I'm just trying to farm up a boost. There we go. Did those load? They did. I'm going to be short one boost here. Actually, I might get this. That was a pretty bad run, but it's going to be close. Yeah, 0.6, and that wasn't even a good run either.
Well, well, well. I'll miss you.
Let's fucking go. We're locking in. This is happening in the next like 10 minutes. We're getting gold. Work. 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 They didn't load. Do I finish the race anyway? No. Second set of boosts didn't load. Started going backwards. Is jumping good, do you think? You guys think jumping's good? Oh, we're already pretty short boost meter. Did I just see what I think I saw? They actually loaded, I just didn't get any of them, right? So they're there. I go directly over all three of them, and I get exactly 0 turbo meter. W. Huge W.
Shaking, pal. See you around.
Still holding... Pressing W that whole time. Probably character hitbox, not car hitbox. There's been races where I've gone over them just like that, and instead of me not getting them, I did get them. It's just what you call bugged. The second one's... I pressed boost a while ago. Okay, it worked. Work, 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 work. Okay. If these ones work, we're probably gold here. I have one more boost. Come on, boost, 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 boost. This is it. W. Let's fucking go. Through 33 seconds. It's crazy what happens when all of them load and you get the proper amount of them. You just fucking do it. Let's go. Alright, now let's do it on reverse. Did you like how I had like almost an entire extra boost meter there? Like 100% of an extra boost meter?
Interesting.
All right, let's go, baby. 3, 2, 1. Go. Wait, they either didn't spawn yet or... Oh, they spawned late. Okay. That was bad. We're boost meter farming. Oh, I might have missed. Oh, I got him. What is that thing? Was that a big boost meter or something? That big barrel? Safe to say I'm going to fail this. Surprised I even got silver. I was only 0.7 off of gold there? That was terrible. That's kind of surprising. So you run out of economy pretty early in the race. I tried to cut the corner. I wonder if you should use the first boost. See, now I generated an entire second boost from drifting there. Wait, I'm kind of fucking smoking this thing right now. This is so much better than before. No, it bugged. Maybe I can still get it. It bugged though. Oh wow, I would have had it. It was 0.3 off, and the last set of boosts didn't work. Right? Did I read that wrong? Maybe I missed them. Did I miss them, or did the game bug? Let's see. Okay, so here I'm flying. Okay, feeling good. And then I'm extra flying. We get to this part. Do I miss them, or did they just not work? There they are. Is that... I maybe missed the first one, but I got the second two. Oh, it's these. It's these. So I have 0% right here. And then these gave me nothing. Right here. Did I miss these three? I mean, so you could argue it's like your character model, but I mean, I've driven over these, I mean, probably 100 times so far this stream at that exact same angle and gotten them. It even says that I got them, but didn't give me any energy. You picked them up? Sometimes you get the thing over your head, you pick them up, it doesn't give you anything. Dude, my dogs are boofing outside.
Watch yourself.
Also, I'm trying to figure out if you're supposed to, like... I feel like drifting right away is actually good, because you just get hella boost. Oh, wow, I missed that. Like, I look like a clown drifting like that, but... Oh! Almost missed those. This is just like a pure straightaway. Oh, they worked. Okay. It worked. It worked. It worked. Go, 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 go. Yay. When it works, it works. They call me Jeff Gorfon. Wait, where's this? Wait, there's a fucking... Holy fuck. Boys, there's like a highway. Where am I on the map? Oh, up here? How do you get up there? There's a race on top of the thing, bro. How do I get up there? Wait, maybe up here? Wait, no, it's not. Fuck, how do you get up on top of that thing? Wait, it's actually down from here? Wait, the guy's on that thing. How do I get there? W?
Well, well, well. You trying something, pal?
Wait. Oh, it's a dragon riding course. Okay. You can only use the one button? Wait, I'm on a jetpack? How does this work? You have to spam one? Fuck is this? Might want to read the one ability. Okay, I'll do that. Flail your arms, slowing your speed slightly and making turns easier. Oh, okay. So it just eventually speeds up if you don't press 1. This seems slower than before. It's a toggle. Oh, probably should use it there. Okay, that was 10 times easier than the other thing. Wait, so how do we ride our jetpack? Is that also something I have to bind in this zone? Or can you only do that for the races? How did you get that crew neck? Oh, this sweater? It's from Aviator Nation. It's a clothing store. I don't know if it's just here in LA. It's probably everywhere. I don't know. Max, you're going to run ads during the race? I mean, it's a lot of money, surely. Sub incoming if yes. You're asking me? So if I answer the question, your question, yes, it's going to make a lot of money from playing ads, and you're also going to sub? That sounds like double money. So fuck yeah. Double money! Can you only ride the car in this zone right now?
It's hard being this successful, beautiful, and smart at the same time.
Max, what are your thoughts on this music? It's a vibe, bro. Dude, I think there is something to be said about drifting even not in a straight line. It's just so OP for the boost. Like just holding drift, bro, is just, it gives you crazy boost meter. All there is to it. You can get other car parts to make drifting better. Ooh, W. I like that. Dude, the car's sick, though. This is going to be sick for yapping streams. Apparently there's a queue timer. Haven't seen that in ages. Really? I doubt that. Can you show us on the map where the raid is? It's over here. It's called the Galagio. I'll take you over there in my car. Let's go for a ride, boys. Here it is. There's the raid. The Galagio. Looks fucking sick. Is that a casino? Yeah, the raid this patch is a goblin casino, bro. Wait, do they not have... Oh. It's called the Liberation of Undermine, but we're going to call it the Galagio. The bosses are sick, bro. Last boss is Gallywix. He's smoking a fucking cigar. Also, this is a mount you get from the boss. Muggsy is his, like, trusted lieutenant, which is an ogre that's half wearing a tuxedo and half, like, traditional ogre mog. Boss before that is, like, New Sludge Fist. It's literally a slot machine. Boss before that, Sprocketmonger Lockenstock. Boss before that, Styx Bunk Junker, where you roll up into a ball and just roll over trash. Before that, you fight Rick Reverb. Then there's, like, a Godzilla versus Kong, like, battle bots kind of fight. And then the first boss is in a car and she shoots fucking motorcycles at you. It's sick. I can't tell if this is a troll. No, I'm 100% serious. That's the raid. It's incredibly thematic. They also have super corny names, like the tank mechanic on the first boss is literally called Tank Buster. The one-armed bandit tank mechanic is called The Big Hit. They've got a bunch of just really cool thematic names. How's rolling over trash casino related at all? Fuck you. I didn't mean that. It is sick though. Fucking love trash. I love... Dude, that's what dogs would say. If dogs could talk, they would just be like, I fucking love trash. Because that's so true. Ella would eat anything as long as it's trash. You could give my dog Ella like a filet mignon perfect Wagyu steak, and she would not like it as much as if it wasn't already in a trash can for like 10 hours. That just like marinates it for dogs. Is this music from the game? Yeah, dude, the boss music is all like big band music like this too. It's very fucking cool. I love trash. Yum yum, I want to eat trash. W, dude. So fucking true, dude. I wish your turbo meter charged while you weren't in the car. I bet that's like an upgrade you unlock or something. Wrap that bitch around a pole, baby. Paul Walker style. Who the fuck said that earlier, man? That is just an insane, insane thing to type. You? No, but I read it from chat. What do you mean? He said it ain't gonna be long until Max wraps that bitch around a pole like Paul Walker. That's exactly what they said. Crazy, man. Also true, though. That was like preceding me doing that race for like an hour. You've said that like 4 times, little guppy. Bro, you're a gup. I still can't decide if I like drifting better on mouse and keyboard or with like I don't, is anyone, like, if, I feel like most people who move in WoW the non-psycho way, which is holding right click and just pressing W and moving your camera like this, that's how people move. And then you mix in some strafes, right? But you don't press A and D, right? It's like strafe, where you rebound it. I feel like you're going to naturally want to do the same thing on this, just like you do on dragon riding. But keyboard turning kind of feels better. It feels like it has a little bit more control on the drifting. You see? Just like a little bit more. I don't know, it just seems easier. It seems like way easier, actually. I wish there was some like visible UI element as to when you could boost again. Because there's clearly an ICD on it, but there's also lag. So there's no PvE content out? No, the new content comes out next week. I mean, I guess there's like a new dungeon and a new delve you could do. It's just like every WoW patch, right? The first week comes out and it's just like the new zone, the new quest line, all that shit. And then the week after, or 2 weeks after, it's the new season. It's the same thing this time. Can't you do Mythic Zeros? I heard you can do Mythic Zeros, but it's dropping old patch gear. Like, new Mythic Zeros are supposed to be a next week thing. It's only the beginning of the expansion where you can do Mythic Zeros. Actually, wait, maybe you should be able to do Mythic Zeros right now. I don't remember. If that was the case, your Raiders would be no-lifing it right now. Yeah. Mythic Zeros only drop 636 though. Yeah, but oh, actually, dude, I could use some Mythic Zeros, but I just don't care. I'll just get better gear when the patch comes out. But I could see it being a good source. It gives 649 vault. Ooh. That's way better gear than what I got on, that's for sure. In honor of this raid, you should go against Echo in a poker match with like the whole guild. There's so many people. Holy moly. They didn't reset coffer keys at all. Oh, so you could have stocked up on that shit? Good. Because you know I did. Oh, well, also maybe it'll reset next week. Oh, dude, I need to start figuring out who the guilds to watch for Race to World Last are going to be. I think I'll do a little stream for that on Monday. Do you have a time for the Race World Last stream? No. It'll happen when it happens. Stay tuned, buddy. I don't know, this week is a snooze fest. I don't know what Blizzard was thinking. Bro, is it some of your all's like first WoW patch ever? This is like, when you're saying that, it kind of makes me think you logged in and expected something else. What is available today is no different than what has been available in every patch ever. It's nothing different. I guess it has been a long time since we've gotten a patch though. Right? The last time we got like a real patch was Emirdrasil, which was... When the fuck did Emirdrasil come out? Came out in November of 2023. So, bro, it's been a year and a half, almost, since the last patch. That's insane. How's that even possible? Because of Season 4? Yeah. Bro, the Galagia looks so cool. Alright, what happens when I try to get in? Let's go in. Let me in. Does anyone else think the raid name Liberation of Undermine fucking sucks? Like, bro, call the raid the Galagio. Alright, we're going into the Galagio, boys. Let me in. Sammy the Brain and Two Toes Oofed. What? Don't push your luck, pal. You ain't allowed in. Let me in. Get out of here, chomp. No entry. Alright, what do you got to say? Oof. No visitors allowed. I want to go in, though. Is there a way to sneak around the back of this bitch? Having to rush through the game, or having 1 week to do the story and stuff so you don't have to rush through it or past it to get into Rated Mythic Plus. Yeah, so bad. Yeah, but like, okay, hopefully you can understand why some people like get mad at that because they don't play the game for that reason. But a lot of people don't, you know. I mean, the vast majority of WoW players would agree that having a week, and they're not me either, but like would agree that having a week to like digest the patch and the story and all the stuff there is to do is nice before you are like banging out the season. Right? That's not me. I don't feel that way, but I also I'm not stupid enough to think that I represent the majority of WoW players who are like the most OG gamers ever. They don't even like have Twitter or anything. They just like fucking play WoW. It's the love in their life. But there are so many people who just don't care about the lore, auto accept all quests, and just want their rewards. Yeah, then that's exactly who we're talking about. It's good to take time to realize is the vast majority of WoW players are not like that. The vast majority of WoW players you would talk to and be unable to like relate about the game because your interests in them would be so different. Let me in. Bro, ain't no way a majority of the retail WoW players care about the story. Bro, let me blow your mind real quick. Do you know that most players who play Diablo 4 do literally the campaign, and they don't skip through the campaign to get to the end game gearing part? They literally fucking... They like watch all the cinematics, and as soon as the main story for Diablo is over, they're done playing it. In a game entirely like ARPGs are about endgame. And it's like a lot too. It's like way more than half. And you'd never think that if you'd play an ARPG, but like that's just a casual's interaction with the game. That's actually crazy to me. Yeah, no, it's crazy to me too, because I would hate that game. If that's all I did with that game, I'd be like, that game sucks. Like the good part of the game is like the gearing and the getting strong and fighting Lilith and all that shit. But you need to understand the the exact person that these people are marketing their games for, you know? WoW's an entirely separate thing though. WoW is like this very unique game where they just have so many different large factions of people who all play the game for a totally different reason, and you have to satisfy all of them and not alienate any of them, which kind of prevents them from making a game that's absolutely insane for any of them, and they have to make the game really good for all of them, best case scenario, because there's just too many people who want too many different things. Well, they are failing because the game is insane. W Glaze. Oh, dude. Oh, shit. Yo, this is the route right here. You got to hit that jumping drift over the corner. Holy fuck. You all just see that? Hold on. Here we go. Skirt. Oh, I missed it that time. Damn it. Oh, we just boosted, by the way. That was a boost right there. Oh, no. Oh, you got to make it from one side to the other. Fuck, how did I do it before? Bro, I don't know if I can ever do this again. I might have just done it on accident. When did I boost? You have to, like, boost at a specific time? Bro, I'm about to VOD review. Fuck it. We're just going to hit a nice little natty. Oh, yeah. Yo! You gotta just boost at the right time, that's all. That shit is sick. Sheesh. Bro, I'm stuck. What the fuck? Can you drift going backwards? Skirt, skirt, nope. How many people do you think don't have an active sub in your chat? I don't know. I've heard there are people who watch my stream all the time and they haven't been subbed to WoW in a while, but they use it to keep up with things that are happening in WoW. Which is truly fucking weird. but W sub money. Like my sub money, not Blizzard. It is kind of sick to just drift around the city. I'm not going to lie. It's fucking sick. Big fan. Oop, and then you hit a fence. Yike. One yike. Hit the boost. I'm stuck. Help. You can equip a casual engine to make your shit go slower? Yeah, but I'm trying to fly, bro. I'm trying to feel alive. Wait, what's in here? Slam Central Station? Where does this take you?
What's the damage?
Oh, you can go to any of the zones. Ringing Deeps.
Yeah?
Where does this drill connect to?
What's the news?
Oh, a place that doesn't exist yet? Another side of Undermine, but you're going downtown right now.
Keep cool out there.
Demolition Dove, maybe?
How you doing, pal?
Coat side drill, okay. Max, remember the shaman glitch that gave you 5,000% movement speed in dog form? That short popped up recently? I know, dude. I fucking hate... Look. This, where's my shit? How do I go to my clips? I hate... Yeah, here. Or shorts. Wait. I don't... Is it one of these? Or is it on the Maximum Clips channel? This, bro. Look what Frank made. Wait, no. It wasn't this. It was a tweet. I think Frank tweeted this clip with different context. Or maybe it's a short. I mean, I don't even know how to find it. You're on videos, go to shorts. Oh. I missed this bug. Ghost Wolf removes snares and increases your movement speed by an additional 5,000% for the first 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, dog form. Woo! Okay, but this still is missing the bit. It was something about... Sorry, the music was getting to me. It was something about dick size. It was like, you can tell how hung a man is by how slow they walk or something, and then it just showed that clip of me going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like, that's the bit. And it was a tweet. But someone would have to go back and find it. Frank tweeted that, and then he used that clip of me, just out of nowhere. You did not see that, but that is glorious. Yup. Yup. All right, damn. I think I'm done for the day. I gotta do some guild stuff. I think the boys are getting to the facility in like 2 or 3 days or something. So I gotta move my stuff down there eventually. And I just got some guild admin stuff to do before my hockey game, so I'm gonna do that. Amen. Love you. Bye.